Bulldozer Matt Tremont, and you're listening and watching to the Game Changer World fucking podcast.
Welcome to Game Changer World. John, how you doing tonight, man?
I'm doing great, man. Screwball, how are you doing tonight?
I'm doing lovely. Just had a wonderful weekend of wrestling. 2 shows for me, actually, live and watching GCW at Defy's place on Friday. So it was a busy weekend for me.
Dude, that's fantastic. B, how about you, sir?
I think we need to check on Reed. Reed, are you fine? Reed seems like he's Effy fine over there in the chat. We're going off on everybody.
Yeah.
Holy cow. I don't think you stay away from chat tonight, Screwball. Reed's going crazy in there.
Look at this. Reed has turned heel.
Yeah, there we go. Jesus.
John Thorne. What is AIW?
Thorne.
So here's what happened.
The autocorrect.
Well, since Effy... John Thorne, you motherfucker. Okay, so since Effy has kind of fallen downhill, I've noticed a lot of the fans have also kind of lost their minds with him. I think it's just part of the situation where, you know, the head of the animal is kind of off, and it's throwing off the rest of the body.
Universe?
I guess is the way to do it. Yeah. I also want to say before I forget, welcome to everybody that's come in tonight. There are so many names here, but please and thank you. It's wonderful to have you guys show up here. I am juggling 19 things at once, guys, so sorry over here on this end. I also want to say thank you to Emil for that 2-part interview. Thought that was fantastic of him. I'm sorry, B, did I cut you off there, bud?
No, I was about to say thank you, Future Joey, for waking up and be able to join us after that super kick.
Oh yeah, that was wild. Is he in here in chat right now with us?
Yeah, he is.
Future Joe. Yes. Sir.
That was a classic picture, him and Tremont, and then he's holding that ice on his face.
That's hardcore.
Oh, that is so badass. Great picture. Now, yeah, let's get into our next little thing here. Please like and subscribe. Hit the bell if you want notified when we go live. Super chats are available. If you want to donate, leave a comment if you could, please. It's free, and it really does help us out. As always, thank you so much for choosing to spend your time with us. Sit down and relax. You're amongst friends. We are going deep into the night, and we do have a lot to cover. GCW was in Seattle, Washington on Friday, and Los Angeles, California on Saturday. So there's a lot going on. Do you guys think it's the best to get started with our news real quick?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, rock and roll here. Kicking off the biggest headlines this week in GCW news are, we'll stop right there. I want to ask a couple questions. I was going to go somewhere and then I'm stopping here. I want to ask fans about something because I think this is important, and most of the hardcore fans especially always like to come in here on time. We were asked if there is a possibility we'd like to maybe start reviewing hand-selected GCW matches from us, from the fans. Should this be something you would like to maybe see on Game Changer World? If we maybe start the show 15 minutes early, we talk through the match, and then once the match is over, we kick off our regular 8 or 7 p.m/10 p.m. show. We want to see maybe if it's something that people are interested in. I'd put a poll up on X, and it was like 95% positive with almost 40 some votes. So, if anybody's a fan or a listener of the podcast and they heard our LA kickoff show at the end there, Brett asked us, hey, is it cool if maybe you guys want to, start announcing those pre-show matches in LA? And everybody knows here that we fought for that for a long time. So we're going to do what we can to maybe stretch ourselves a little bit into this new arena, and we're going to hand select some matches. Also ask the fans, maybe they get a match a week or every couple weeks to choose that we'll go through, and we're just going to talk about them. I've gotten the okay to open up the GCW library. So unless it's somebody who was really terrible or bad, we're able to sit down and just go through the match. Reed Harris Cooper just said for a minute there, was there actually a pre-show match? Sorry, there be. Yes, there was. Screwball, you have the names, sir, right?
Yes, I actually put them in the notes right before. Let me see here, but I can just scroll down to it where I put it. Oh, here we go. Yes, bonus match was Mike Cunningham versus Ryan Matthias.
Both were impressive. I really wish we did think about finding a way to call that match. Yeah, it was really damn good, but circumstances just didn't allow it. We were literally tearing down, and we would have needed free sight of the wrestling ring. So
yeah, it's like we just need to kind of get him to at least get hard cam up at 7:45 or whenever that match is happening, because there really isn't anywhere else to film in the UCC. Like every square inch of the downstairs area of that place is used for something.
Yeah. So right now there is a lot of wheels turning in the background to make sure that the kickoff shows we're on, we can try to cover that pre-match if there is one for the fans. But yeah, we figured that we'd like to start small with the match thing and maybe just throw on the show here just as a little, hey, maybe we could still probably play the cookie, but I think a lot of fans were, listeners were talking about just having a match and going through it. If it got more successful, we were looking at, just like they were saying, a separate show and maybe go from there, maybe a separate podcast where we're just tearing into the GCW library.
Or, maybe if we have a one show weekend, whenever those come around, that could be used to get us a bit more airtime on those later weeks.
We actually, Brant and I talked about that a little bit, and we thought that, yeah, on a week where there's maybe one show, that's a fantastic one where we maybe take a vote, pick 2-3 matches, and just roll through them. So, Bubba's in the house. Yeah, Future Joe. We got all the famous ones in the house. Frankie, how you doing tonight? I haven't had a chance to just say that personally. Yeah, so we just wanted to take a little collective, hey, how do you guys feel about that? Especially the hardcore ones that show up within the first 10 minutes of the show. You're the ones that really, are here and care in that sense the most, given you have the time. So, yeah. What do you think?
I'm skeptical opening up to the fan vote. We got Ishmael. Ishmael is already asking play the KJ Orser Classic. And I'm like, where can we find one of those at? Come on, man. It's too early.
Listen to you. Okay, so if we went ahead and did some KJ matches, I do know that I think he threw down 3 or 4 top 100 matches this year, or not this past year.
Well, yes. I think the 3 that come to mind instantly are the 2 Sam Stackhouse, the cage match and the I Quit. And then, of course, back when he was a little bit more nicer as Fuego del Sol, he had that classic in LA with Zack Sabre Jr.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there were so many. I wanted to go through that number 1 match as voted by fans between Nick Gage and Tremont, the main event of NGI 2, where they threw the bricks down on the ring and went at it.
Yeah.
That's a 30-minute match. We'd have to start a little early.
Yeah,
but
let's look at the cage match top 5 and work our way down.
So, I mean, there's a lot of thoughts there we have to put in order. We have to also see how B and I are doing on time and life.
Yeah.
And if it does, see, that's the thing. Yeah. But if it does line up, I'm all go. I would love to do that. I think it'd be a blast to just sit here and just talk with the people and just see what they have to say, see what we have to say. Newer fans that get to catch up on older matches and we get to tear them apart. And then there is another step in there. If we do find ourselves moving along, we may start adding wrestlers to it so they could start talking about the matches that they had, what they were thinking about.
Yeah, imagine having Tremont on for a Tremont Nick Gage watch along. That sounds tremendous.
That is, that's not a no. That's not a no. That's actually something that's going to be talked about. I would like to really have a lot of people on at one time or another and just let them talk over their matches and really tear them down. And us ultra nerds will appreciate the shop talk.
Yep.
Anything else? I mean, I did too much talking already, but
yeah, we definitely need to at least find a way to get those pre-show kickoff show matches. Yes. Actually, I think Brett's term for them is bonus match. Yes.
I like that. I have to change the way I think. We all say pre-show. I'm working on kickoff. That's not easy.
Yeah, it's not. There's a lot of forced language you have to relearn. But yes, it's bonus match. That's the term Brett likes for his shows before the broadcast.
But yeah, I was a little out of sorts just getting started on today because I was so excited to let everyone know that a lot of options have opened up for us and for the podcast, which means a lot have opened up for you. And as soon as we have the possibility to just sit down and talk, me and B, for like an hour, we're going to be able to put this together and hopefully benefit all the wrestlers, the listeners, us, just having a good time together. So the bad and good news for some of you is that the show might be a touch longer, but hopefully we're going to have a new segment for all the good reasons.
Go ahead. If it just becomes really successful, I mean, there's always another night.
That's always in the cards. Absolutely. We're definitely talking about those options are all there. I think we're going to start right here on this podcast and then probably go from there. I mean, if it's like overwhelmingly good, then maybe it's time to like pull a Wednesday night or something and then, do an hour or two of hand selected matches or whatever.
Just want to go back to the Dari Benny real fast. We are not on Twitch at the moment, just on YouTube and our Twitter channels, but that could be something we will look into in the future, Dari.
So I do have a I do have a Twitch account that is sitting there that can be used. The issue with StreamYard, that's our platform that we use. It only allows 3. So we would actually have to kick off one of our other social media things to do it. So that's something to look into at some time, but I have to get some more people over there. I just made that not too long ago. So yeah, we're trying to branch out into Instagram, into all these other places that really I haven't focused on and need to do.
Yeah, same. Big same. I started something and left it.
We didn't know any of this shit when we started, dude.
No,
yeah, this is all we're learning on as we go.
Yeah, and you guys have literally watched us from day one live. Like the ugly and the beautiful comes out every night. MySpace? No, I don't think we'll do MySpace.
All right. So yeah, you ready to get started? GCW.
Absolutely.
Say You Will from Washington Hall in Seattle, Washington.
Give you just a short amount of history here. Washington Hall has hosted 71 out of Defy's 105 wrestling events since their first show, Legacy, on January 13th of 2017. And it's been almost a year since GCW has been to Seattle. They were last here on December 28th, 2024. The show was called Take Care. GCW here used a Defy ring and a Defy venue. You can see easily the branded Defy D on the turnbuckle pads. The ropes are fairly loose, just being honest. On camera, the view is somewhat plain because they have the white beigeish walls, but you add those blue lights that they have in there, and that really adds a lot of depth to that background. There's also a small rig with a few lights for wrestlers' entrances. I actually appreciate that. I love having something look a little flashy there.
Yeah, and it's also one thing they do a little bit different is they have those vertical pads as opposed to the individual 3 pads on each corner. It gives it a different look. They're not the only place that does it, but it's uncommon enough that it kind of sets them apart visually.
So I'm going to ask you, B, what are your preferences one way or the other? Would you rather have that one big long pad, or do you like the 3 individual turnbuckles? You can't be the first one of the night. Welcome back, brother.
Damn, I'm like, what are you guys talking about? Oh shit. I would probably pick the 3, but yeah. I do like seeing every once in a while, the Japanese pads. Like that's why when I'm watching the New Japan shows, I do enjoy seeing them. But I do notice it does mess with like the foot angles of how they have to come off the top.
Yes, high flyers do have to adapt. I remember Pride Style also does it here in Vegas too. And on their very first show, I know Kid Bandit struggled with getting to the top and being crotched on them. So it is something they have to adapt to. But again, it gives them a little bit of character too. Yeah, it adds a cool little like when they could use it in pretty cool ways. Like I like watching the New Japan Yano mess with get creative with them. I always enjoy those kind of turnbuckle pads.
Yeah, we have people going each way here. Cyan says regular turnbuckle pads are the best. I like the option of having those almost as steps for safety reasons. There is one thing I love about the long pads. during death matches, seeing a blood smear like 3 foot long.
Yeah, you got a white pad. Yep.
Yes, that is so fucking awesome. That's hard to beat there. So, John Mosley, MLJ, and Brett Lauderdale were on commentary. I wanted to say that in LA, I got to meet Mose. Very nice guy. Also, congratulations to him because this was his Seattle commentary debut. And I think he knocked it out of the park. So congratulations, Mose, on unlocking another city, if not state.
Yeah, Mose has been all over the place in like the last year or so. Glad to see us get another good commentator in our rotation because for a while we've kind of needed it with the absence of Prazak.
True. And it seems like Brett is going through a lot of commentary people right now, just trying this person, trying that person. And we've been getting a lot of flavors. It's been very interesting.
Just what to do. Yeah. Put that up real fast. Tiger mask announced for Jacob.
Yeah, we're getting a lot of Jacob announcements. I also saw Thomas Billington got announced. We're going to have quite the field.
That's going to be and
I'm so excited for the debut of Sinner and Saint. That one's a long time coming.
Hey, man. Yeah, I'm like a giant fan of Sinner and Saint. Like seeing them live for the first time here in Vegas, really with that Defy show that they had at the Collective. They were awesome. And we'll talk later on that Evan Rivers, too, was one of those most impressive people I've seen out of the Collective that's not a GCW guy. So I popped to and I got to see Icarus and Williams announced that's long overdue. That's a team I would love to see a feud with Bustah in the Brain for sure.
I couldn't agree more. Yes. You could almost say, at least when we get to it later, this was sovereign territory for Evan Rivers.
Yep. All right. A lot of Sinner and Saint love in the chat here.
As it should be.
Yes. Tiger mask, Frankie. Which mask? First match of the night was Priscilla Kelly versus Effy.
There was an excellent video hyping up this match that played between Priscilla and Effy's entrances. Another great job by Ivan from Fire J Media. The bell rings. Priscilla tells Effy their match always gets canceled, so screw it. They decided to put their hands in their pants and shake hands. This pretty much set the tone for the match. Brett mentioned that. Oh, yeah. Brett mentioned that Effy looks naked without the title. I felt that personally rang true. Doing anything for 307 days in a row should be considered a habit. I hate seeing Effy without the belt. Anybody else? All right.
It's different, but I like where it's going.
I think he's making something out of it, and that's not always easy to do when you lose the title.
Yeah, I'll get to that later. I'm very happy he's able to do something outside of losing the belt.
Well, that's the thing. Back against the wall, if you think about it, he was coming off that phenomenal storyline with Mance Warner. Then after that whole championship situation went through and then Mance was the champion, that's when we went on to the next thing with Effy, and that's when we went to Hammerstein. He won it. And then, so it's almost been chaos for him the whole time, and I still don't feel like he's gotten his handshake yet. But it seems like he's always pulled through those times where historically wrestlers have the most difficult times storyline wise, which is after a championship loss or after dropping the championship belt. I believe he made the most of it, especially as a fighting champion.
Especially because one thing that about Effy is that his character has pretty much remained unchanged since he got here. And that means he's been the same Effy for almost 6 years. And having this title run, he is due for a character change or metamorphosis of some sort. So this is the time to do it, and having him kind of do what they call a crash out after losing the title is the perfect impetus for it.
Yep, I'm gonna. Yeah, that's kind of my notes I have later on. Is like, as you were saying, John, I'm glad Effy was able to find something immediately to stay like in the scene and relevant in GCW without the title belt. And as you said, Screwball, I think it's like perfect timing to use that title loss to make this character change that I think we've all talked about and felt that's kind of long overdue for Effy. As you said, same character since we first saw him. So yeah, you guys are taking my notes here. I'll be sitting back for a long time tonight.
Nah, man, we're just all on the same vibe, and that's always good. So I wrote here that now they're spanking asses. The funny part was Effy doing the Nakamura quote, "Come on." Priscilla had a stinging ass. She made the referee blow on it. Effy with an excellent pump kick. Fans slowly were turning on him throughout the match. And yeah, that sentiment just grew. Commentaries talking about ass to mouth, why Priscilla grinds on Effy in the corner. I wrote, now it's a GCW party. She has him on the rope sitting almost on his face while Mose presses Brett to explain the action in the ring. He was stumped for a moment, but came up with high impact offense. Later, the dirt sheets posted it like it was news. I have to say, there's no sponsor loss here, so all publicity is good publicity.
Well, I mean, if you know the story of like how this match was supposed to happen at Big Gay Brunch 1 in a Too Hot for TV match, it sure felt like they've been sitting on those ideas for 5 years. And if you remember what we got instead of Priscilla Kelly, that was quite a controversial moment in its own right.
Oh my goodness. Amy Rose, welcome. Good to see you in here tonight. Yeah, Effy needs backup. That's the one thing Effy hasn't had, I think, a lot since this championship run. And one of Effy's strengths was always having his crew with him. We miss Krusty. We miss Bussy. We miss what they did with the championship belts. My goodness.
Yeah, unfortunately, SGC couldn't make it to this show, but then again, they technically weren't needed.
That's what I was going to say. Yeah, Effy needs backup. We need SGC back for sure.
So I next wrote here that falling in love with Priscilla's double leg drop kick when her opponent is sitting up against the bottom two ropes. Those kicks have a tremendous impact every time. I remembered seeing it against Atticus at the ballpark show, and she kicked him out of the ring. Priscilla jumped off the top turnbuckle, and Effy kept her from landing on her head. Good job, Effy. Double wet willies from Priscilla elicits "you sick fuck" chants from the fans. Going ahead just a little bit, our winner here was Priscilla Kelly with a surprise roll-up, And I find that interesting because the surprise roll-up is something that Effy was consistently using when he was pinning people. So it's almost like he was getting beaten by his own strength, which is very difficult to take mentally. What are your thoughts on this one, guys?
I wrote. Sorry. Go ahead.
You go ahead. I got a lot to say later anyway. So
yeah, I'll keep this quick because, like I said, we kind of already hit it. I wrote this one. It was weird, but in a perfect way for these two. As Screwball, you were saying, the first match at that time was probably going to draw some headlines then, and this one, as you were saying, John, I think hit the fact and made some more headlines as we saw some of the tweets around the wrestling community. I would really like to see Priscilla in a feud, I think, at this point. And I think a heel Effy would be kind of perfect, especially kind of this match sent it off. I think they had a good chemistry with each other, and a feud would be good for both of them. Go ahead, Sid. Go.
Okay, now I'll go ahead and interject with this. Since you're talking about the follow-up, remember, this match was supposed to be for the GCW World Championship and would have been had Effy kept the title. So I think the logical thing now is with her on the winning side tonight and with her continuing the momentum against Vipress the next night, I think we need to revisit her contendership and get a match with Atticus going.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind them going back to that one because I think they creatively could do a lot of fun stuff on social media leading up to it. John, you were saying Effy catching Priscilla when she jumped to the outside. That imploding dive from her was awesome. Like, that was so crazy and unexpected. I love it. I want to see more of that stuff from her. But I think this match was perfect, and Kelly getting the win to set Effy over the deep end made a great bookend for what I thought was a great opening match. I'm not the second one's John. Next up,
I was being polite. You know what? I need a whiteboard. Remember, I had that glowing board. Like, I need to put that bitch back up here and just you get a color, I get a color, Screwball gets a color.
Mute tracker.
Yeah, and at the end of the night, someone gets shamed. I think it would be fantastic. Okay, so at the end of this match, I kind of wrapped up here and said that this match got the attention that it wanted. And afterwards, Effy clotheslined the referee. Fans are not happy. You could see that he left completely distraught. And just as we were saying, this is primarily just playing into, the situation he currently has right now. We're watching also a measured, slow descent, which I appreciated.
Yes.
Yep, and of course, this was actually rather tame for both of them. Like, we've seen them do way wilder stuff in the past. At least it's not the vomit spots. I don't want to see that again. This was perfect.
I'm about to say, I don't know what's worse, the vomit spot, the tampon spot. Quite a few spots. We didn't even get to Effy spots yet.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I didn't think about all that. She was the one with the tampon.
Yep.
Yeah, I was playing off someone that we do not ever think about again, and yeah.
It is what it is.
Yep.
Anything else about this one?
JR?
B, you're in deep thought.
That guy. Yeah.
Okay, it was. I couldn't remember who it was. That's why I was like, wait, was it that person? Okay, yeah. We don't speak of him no more. Can the fans make up their mind on who to cheer for? Yes,
let's lead us nicely into the next match.
And the next match was Jack Evans versus Jack Cartwheel.
Let's go, Jack.
What's up, James Noter? Good to see you. Yeah, we got some more people rolling in here. Just wanted to say hi real quick.
James.
All right, so Jack Evans versus Jack Cartwheel. The fan chants were just great. We had a jack off chant to start the match. Evans says Tacoma's better than Seattle. He threatened to leave, but of course he came back. Jack decides it's cartwheel time, and Jack Evans decides it's breakdancing time. Ash is playing a hilarious video that was a replay of Cartwheel doing cartwheels and fast forward. The child in me
Emil
enjoyed
called
that.
for slow motion replay, and Ash trolled him with the exact opposite.
I missed that. Oh man, I gotta go back and watch that.
It is so damn funny, and I like how, again, same thing. Ash and production are also kind of showing a little bit of just a little bit of personality. Let's bring this all in, because I mean, this is a team effort, and you have no idea how important
I
he
want
is.
Veda to finally get her wish of the cartwheel count.
James,
okay, so I almost thought about doing that.
James.
James, again, yeah, we just saw you come in. Thank you so much. This is just, I don't even know how to talk or respond. Like, I'm not good with birthday gifts. I'm not good with kind words. Just thank you.
Yeah,
thank you.
That's just awesome to see. Yeah, don't worry, it'll go to the taco fund.
it definitely goes into our taco fund. Again, Christmas holidays. Thank you so much for any resources you send our way. It's really appreciated and respected. Thank you. Do we know Cartwheel's theme song? It was by Bone Crusher, but I can't remember the name of the song. I'm so sorry. If you go back through the first show, when they go through, I think when Cartwheel is leaving, commentary will mention it's from Bone Crusher, but I don't know if they say the song. That's
one website that has like an archive of every like indie theme, and they got everything in GCW. I got to remember what it was called.
If you look real hard, I think there's also a Spotify playlist of like GCW wrestlers themes. Yeah. I think also. All right, so yeah, this match was the agile, flippy affair you knew that they would deliver. Jack got in his offense first and looked very dominant. Fuck him up, Jack. Fuck him up chants. Again, we had fuck you, Jack chants once Evans started to take over. That was the fourth Jack chant of some type in this match. Once he got the upper hand, the fight went outside the ring. Fast forwarding then to going back in the ring, it's just move after move after move. I couldn't write everything down. Jack still had control minutes into this match. Eventually, Cartwheel fights back, but never really looked as dominant as the opening minutes. Fans are saying Jack forever, another great chant. And now both are jumping outside to the ring, out of the ring onto each other. I stopped there with my notes because it was just chaos. And again, writing so much when it's just flip, 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 hit, hit, is too difficult. Our winners here in this match, Jack Evans with a rope-assisted backslide bridge. This was just a touch under 13 minutes long. What are your guys' thoughts on this one?
Jack forever. Yes, like I could see this again and again, and in fact, I would say, you know, if Los Desperados, if we can't get Gringo or Ares, I would love to see Jack Forever as a tag team. I think they'd match up well with Bustah.
Whoa!
Wow, I have that in my notes. I had that.
Yeah, it seems I swear like I did not come over to his house before the show. I did not do that.
That's funny though. I have that in my notes. I said if Jack's like, because it seems like he wasn't with Desperados like the next night. If he doesn't work out with Desperados, him and Evans would make a great tag team.
Wow.
I'm sorry. Are you done, Screwball? I didn't want to cut you off there. I just wanted to agree.
No, I just wanted to get in that I thought Jack Evans and Jack Cartwheel has potential as a team.
Yep. I wrote two real fast before I go into this match. I wanted to double what you said on the Effy video, John. How Ivan, they did a great job. I thought it was a great way to set up kind of like what's happening now with Effy and for the future. I thought it was a great tease at the beginning of the video, or at the beginning of the night with that video. Back to Jack Cartwheel and Jack Evans, though. This match was fun. Both are creatively unique in the ring, and this match, I think, showed everybody what GCW is kind of all about. We get those crazy, unique, and holy shit moments. We don't get the chain wrestling all the time, and these two just were so creatively good in the ring, and bravo to both of them. Someone kind of had what I wrote in here too, the Seattle crowd. Yeah, no, that's not the one. Washington Hall. There we go, Johnny. Sorry. Washington Hall fans were awesome. Like their energy from match one into this one was amazing. And yeah, please give me more Jack Evans any way possible.
Yeah, you could think this one is not really a GCW thing. This is Defy. This is the scene that they have nurtured. So anytime we get an awesome Seattle crowd, it's really them to thank on that, because they're the ones that have just made Defy such a must-see territory. It's definitely on my bucket list in the next couple of years to get over to Defy for a show.
I would like to check out Washington Hall. That looks like a cool place to go to see a show.
And I would specifically do it for a Defy show. I would actually not do it for a GCW show. I would do it for a Defy show because that's their bread and butter.
With the lights off.
Yep.
Like, I want Swerve versus Nick Wayne vibes, like just that Washington. Yep. Like, I want to go. That's where I want to go to. Like, as you said, I would go there for a Defy show, not a GCW one.
I just wanted to kind of pull this up real quick because we have great news. Don't forget to wish senior GCW official Dan Perch a happy birthday. We're holding off on that because once we get to the LA show, I do believe that Dan Perch will be with us for that evening to talk to us about that LA show.
And speaking of birthdays, he does share a birthday with someone else in the scene. Happy birthday, Kenzie.
Oh, no kidding. That's right. Dr. Redacted's lady. Happy birthday to Kenzie, a vital part of making sure that Redacted stays in one piece.
Yeah, certainly.
An absolute sweetheart to me and my family. I have nothing but great things to say about her.
And of course, happy belated to MLJ.
Yeah.
This was his birthday weekend. It was technically Thursday, but it was nice celebration for him as well.
I brought some pre-rolls for him and forgot him at the hotel.
Oh.
I was so nervous. There was so much going on.
Yeah, you had a busy day. Yeah.
Okay, so that's kind of funny. We'll get to it later, but Screwball actually saw me like kind of overload and almost get confused at times because I had so much in my head going on, and he was right there to help. So, yeah, we'll get to that later. But we got essential. He was essential. The only other note that I had here was that Jack Evans was getting booed heavily, and Brett decided to play Jack's theme, Uptown Funk. So we have this upbeat kind of song, and they're booing, and the duality was just hilarious. And Brett has a little bit of humor on him every now and then, and I can see where he kind of gut punched that one a little. Oh,
and we're back to the birthday talk. Yesterday was Billy Stark's 21st.
Oh, congratulations! Out to the bar she goes. Everybody does. Well, most everybody does. I forgot my ID on my 21st. I had to go home and get it. And I think I went and bought beer, and I'm like, well, this is not as cool as I thought it was after about a month or two. And yeah, and then people were like, hey, go get me stuff. And I'm like, no. And it's like being the guy with the pickup truck. You almost don't want to because you're the one that gets all the calls when something big needs to be moved. Same thing. Anyway, anything else about this match?
Nope. I thought it was just a good high energy match.
Yeah.
Our next one was Drew Parker versus Vipress.
This match went outside early after Vipress tried a surprise roll up from the beginning. A trash can comes out. Vipress gets suplexed onto it. Drew pulled out chairs from underneath the ring. He went shopping and found a door and a staple gun. Parker props a door up in the corner. There were attempts to throw darts to Vipress' back, but they didn't stick in. I think he tried to go where she had multiple layers of clothes on, so it didn't really go through. I feel bad because I know she's trying to dip her toe a little bit in a hardcore, and I can't wait to actually talk about that part the next night. Back to this match, though. She's stapling Drew's nuts and pierced his mouth cheeks with a dart. I put mouth cheeks. I didn't want to just put cheeks, knowing GCW. Then she stapled his lip to the top turnbuckle. She pulled him off and suplexed him. I thought that was a cool little sequence. Vipress puts Parker through the door, propped in that corner. I heard Wales sucks chants from the crowd as Vipress hits the woo of 1,000 maniacs onto the chunk of door. There was a staple gun fight. Drew hits a big senton off the top turnbuckle and covers Vipress for 3. Our winner in this match at 10.5 minutes was Drew Parker. Yeah, let's start the talk on this match here. Just for fun, because we keep stealing B's notes. I want B to go first on this one just to see what he has to say. Yeah, this poor guy. We're all on the same level, and he's just,
You guys were at the shows though, so you guys needed to carry it. I wrote this one was such a contrast in styles, but I loved it when Drew was. I love when Drew was able to show off more than just his deathmatch prowess, and Vipress continues to step up and deliver fun matches against big names in her GCW run, and she's killing it. As we'll talk about next night. Yeah, she I think she's earning a lot more shows in GCW's future.
I
killed
sure
it.
hope so. Like, it's been a while since we promoted someone to that full-on rotation, and I think Vipress is right on the verge of it.
We've tried so hard too. I mean, the minute she flipped from her Melina, vampire style character into her LA character, I just went running with it, and so did B. We're like, you know what? This is because we saw her do this character at the show, and I saw how she was received with the first character versus this one, and I'm like, okay, she finally hit stride. This is the person she needed to be. And so we just said, like, she runs LA. Fuck it. And we told her, like, embrace LA. They're embracing you, and you can't get a bigger city outside of maybe New York or Chicago. Put your stamp on this one.
And it's like she's already worked Atlantic City. Let's get her back now that she's a bit more established.
And she got some extra respect from the fans with this match just because she stepped it up from her usual self. And looking forward to it. If she keeps dipping her toe like this, then AC seems like a natural, progression at some point here. What do we have here with Rena and Casey gone? We could use some more female deathmatch talent. Absolutely. I miss Rena and I miss Casey, but Rena really,
and Sawyer Wreck too
so
as
hard.
well. So like we need a women's presence in the deathmatch scene. This might be the right time.
My wife and I loved Rena, and we loved oh my gosh, I just blanked on a name.
Yeah, Casey Kirk, Sawyer Wreck, they were all great.
Sawyer was a really big hit, especially for my wife. She really liked watching Sawyer wrestle. Just a strong figure and no nonsense ass kicker. And yeah, she really liked.
And I really liked them a lot. We never got the Kirks in the UCC. That would have been so awesome.
Yeah, that's very sad. Fantastic team, both of them, and to know that they're together in real life just makes it better. Anything else on this one?
No, I think all the Vipress talk we should be saving for when they really brought it out.
Right. So there's an Atticus promo video. He talks about how the GCW machine started scrambling for answers after his win. He pointed out the match was originally Atticus versus Tremont for the UV title, but it got changed to the GCW World Championship title. He says he's seeing everything others don't. He says the Vandals are switching the timeline. And you can actually see he shows an MDK gang symbol and it switches to Vandal 48. So let's talk about this now, or do we talk about this later? Is this the next evolution from Nick Gage into a different hardcore revolution? What do you take out of this, guys?
No lies. Oh, go ahead. Go.
I was going to let you go because holy shit, did I have a moment with Atticus Koger for the weekend.
Well, definitely. I want to get to that later. Yeah, that's what I was laughing at earlier.
Also, Mal just broke in here. Thank you,
Mal.
Again, so much. B is awesome. The rest of you guys, that's because you have the same loves and likes. We can let that one slide. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Much. Yes, thank you, Mal. I like the video. Like, once again, no lies detected. Like, I'm glad he made that comment because, like, why did it get changed to a world title match? Why couldn't it just stayed for the ultraviolet title?
Or be a double title match.
Exactly. Like, now it's totally stacked against him. And I think it was good. Once again, he always takes these little kind of details and things and makes a good story out of them. And I love it. I noticed the same thing that you did though, John. Like, are we going away from the MDK to the Vandals all day? Like, it would be kind of cool, like, to see difference. Like, I don't know if I said this before or not. I would like to see Vandal 48 kind of have like an NWO sold out show. Like, it's a Vandal 48 show. He just comes in, like, they just destroy it. They take over. They spray paint over the GCW, put Vandal 48. Like, I would like to see him take ownership and like, hey, this is, you guys didn't let me do what I wanted the first time. I'm going to do what I want to do now as a champion. And as I've always been saying, reset the timeline. And I think it's cool. I hope he does able to turn it into something that, like how MDK became a thing with the hand motion and everything. I think he could kind of do something similar with the Vandal 48 as champion.
This reminds me, I mean, that was an original vision for the 440 takeover, but the pandemic prevented a lot of that from happening. We did eventually get their own block during the 24-hour marathon, but it wasn't quite what they were planning to do originally. You maybe do a show in Ohio, and I think you can honor that original vision a bit closer.
Yeah, I agree. Atticus spring break.
Oh yeah, if we got a spare block in Vegas, like maybe I would even say go as far as to give them the night 1 slot of Mania itself. Run a Vandal 48 show against Mania night 1.
Yeah,
that's interesting.
Because like the ring just sits empty during that time anyway. I mean, I know they use a little bit of that time to set up whatever cage match they're doing, but you know, like I think there is money in running a certain type of show against Mania proper, and I think a Vandal 48 show is a great idea to consider for that.
I'm also thinking just the way we're seeing things trending in the last week or so, there may be more guys looking for jobs out there, and maybe we may pick up a couple more Outlaws or Vandals, because the GCW was built on Outlaws and Vandal types, and a lot of those have left the company, and maybe people break bread, make peace, and come home. Maybe that's a nice way to say it. So we'll see what happens.
There's always a lot of talent on the come up too that we just haven't heard about yet, or maybe only one of us have heard about yet.
Yep. No, that 100%. You're right. You're right there. Anything else on this last match there?
One person from the indies you want as a Vandal, like someone to join Atticus's group.
All right. I know mine right now. What's her name from JCW? Juggalo.
Probably. Yeah,
Crowley goes in 100%. She can wrestle.
Plus, I think having the next Vandal be a woman's wrestler makes a lot of sense too.
I think her attitude and promos would fit really good.
Yeah. Interesting. Someone just said Drew Parker would make for an interesting. I see where you're going with that. I think it's just because I don't know. I think it's open to anyone.
Just trying to brownie points with me.
I'm just throwing in Alice because Cleveland, Cleveland area could be switched into an Ohio type thing.
Oh, yeah, highlight CMZO. I think he's got a good idea.
That's
a strong one too. Yeah.
We've been calling for that name. Hopefully we start to see that name at some point coming in. I can't say guarantee because I don't have the purse strings, but I could see where Angel could be brought in here within the next year.
Yeah.
Somebody just asked, Wrestle Rival. Okay. What's with Jimmy? Was he? No, I did not see him. In fact, I know
where he was. He was actually at the Chains.
Oh, was he?
Yes, ICW ran that night, and I believe Jimmy was last-minute replacement for someone on that. Might have been Bear.
Yeah. You know what sucks? Is having two rival companies like that at the same time, like one couldn't take another night. And I know that's not always possible to coordinate because everybody doesn't just talk.
Yeah, there's no group chat that Brett and Danny are in. So
no. Yeah. Not that we know of is maybe the most truthful way to say it. But yeah, it kind of stinks when you have to pit one against the other because, I mean, if you really cared about money, the last thing you'd want to do is split your potential fans in half.
It's an unfortunate situation for the Berwyn Eagles show because Danny's running Atlantic City that night, and it just wasn't any fault of their own, but, they got to split talent now.
Yeah, and I heard that did create a little bit of an issue with talent because the way everything was put together.
Particularly it being a GCW deathmatch show.
Yeah. So I don't know, though. I just I just hope for the best for everyone, and I really hope that in the long and everybody gets along for the better. Right here, maybe Gregory Irons returns. I'm not sure. I haven't heard anything personally on that, but it's good you mentioned Gregory.
Yeah. I'm kind of like not really big on that just because Gregory was such a big part of 440, and like I think the next person shouldn't have anything to do with the previous version of 440. At least the one we saw in GCW. Using some of the yellow or blue talent makes a lot of sense, but let's kind of not make it the exact same people that were around here the first time.
I'll put right here too. Someone put Bears taking the belt in AC. Gosh, that would be nice. Let me just take this off real quick here. I also just wanted to mention for the Atticus Kobre fans that after Atticus won the belt, he went on to his friend's podcast, Jeremy Irons' podcast, and that was the first one he had done since he'd won the belt. And if you want to see a lot of their crew and friends sit down and talk, a lot of them are very witty and they make great jokes. So if you have a chance, maybe check out Gregory Irons' podcast. You can see that Atticus interview, and he does plenty of interviews over there since they're kind of close to each other. And I just recommend, if you're an Atticus fan, there's another place to find something to entertain you.
All right, our next match was Marcus Mathers versus Evan Rivers.
All right, welcome back to GCW Evan Rivers. His last appearance was his debut in the same building, Washington Hall, on November 17, 2023. Evan has stars that light up all over his gear. I'm a sucker for stuff like that and appreciate the creativity. Fans know him well, and they ride his butt the whole match. He is, to me, what I feel like is a true Pacific Northwest wrestler. He has a fair amount of agility. Whatever story he's a part of, it's causing the heat to spill over into this match, and I feel that's admirable. Great crowd work, touches fans' emotions. They want to hate him. I felt that he's a solid heel, knows his holds, makes for a smart worker that preserves his body. Marcus was out next in one of my favorite color schemes of green and purple. Seattle fans really liked him. I wrote here a super face. Marcus had a head full of steam on him. River used several holds, some at the ground base, and those stopped Marcus from getting in his own offense. Also, Marcus sold his left arm injury very well. Rivers caught his own spit in his mouth, more of a classic back and forth. We had plenty of holds. Rivers like an older, classic local wrestler from the 90s, but in a good way. I will mention a tope where Rivers bounced the front of his face off of a chair. That looked like it sucked. Nice job by Moles on commentary, who mentioned that Marcus Mathers hasn't lost a singles match at GCW since September. Now, before we go further, I'll announce the winner. Our winner here, Marcus Mathers, with a super kick that knocked out Evan Cold. Going back just a second, Marcus Mathers, possible JCW champion, either of you?
Well, it depends if we still got him. I mean, he's still in the WWE ID program. They may decide that they want to move him up. And but if nothing else, I'd say this makes him a good one-off contender for Atticus. If nothing else, let's get that match going.
And I think he's also WWE ID, correct?
So yeah, that's what I'm saying. He may move up. Like, who knows? They haven't moved anyone up yet, but at the same time, like, they've made a lot of cuts, and both Marcus and Jack Cartwheel have stayed in there, so anything's possible at this time.
Marcus Mathers being JCW title, is that what the question was, right?
JCW or GCW champion, either one.
Yeah, I think would be a good first opponent. Yeah, for Atticus, I think he played well against Atticus, and Atticus seems to kind of still want to. Well, if he still wants to try to get in the ID program like how he did back in April, that would be a good feud to kind of start that and do something different. But I think JCW still would be kind of be the place for him, and where he can still make a big name, a big splash. But with this match against Evan Rivers, like, it was another TV quality matchup. Like, that's all Marcus has been doing lately. He's having nice TV style matches. And for me, Evan Rivers is I'm phenomenal. I want to see more of him. I love his size. I love what he's able to do in the ring. Like, he was amazing, and I just want to see more of him. And I think they both played very well against each other here in this one. And like kind of chemistry wise, they kind of matched well against each other.
Personal opinion, but I know people disagree. But I felt like this match was a touch too ground based for Marcus's abilities. It's like having, he's not Jeff Hardy, but it's like having Jeff Hardy in a 1980s match with Hulk Hogan. Like, you're not seeing Senton Jeff Hardy. You're watching Jeff Hardy in a Hulk Hogan match or something. It's just not the same thing. I felt he was out of his element here, but Evan Rivers is fantastic. Two different style wrestlers is all I'm saying, maybe. And I felt like Marcus Mathers met Evan Rivers on his side of the ring to make this match happen.
Now,
go ahead.
Screwball, you know more about Defy than I do. Like, has Evan Rivers ever teamed up or like worked with Satan Sinner or no?
Yes, I mentioned how this was sovereign territory for him early on the show. That is the name of their faction. So I was doing.
Oh, so he is with them. Okay, I thought I remember seeing them together as like a trio collective weekend, and I was just like, yes to all three of those, please, and immediately. Like, I think, God, that.
Yeah, they are pretty much the top heels in Defy. So yeah, he's getting all that heat because that's how it is over there.
Yeah.
Big Capadon said, "Oh, sorry."
No, go.
Oh, Big Capadon just said Marcus GCW champion. No, but JCW would be fine. But everybody already knows he's good anyway, which, yeah, he doesn't need the push, but I don't know. I think I want to see it. If Billy Starks can take the JCW title, then Marcus Mathers should be close to a slam dunk, especially with as many storylines as he's in.
Yeah, if he stays around, I could see him being the person that beats Mason, since I already think Mason has to win next month, or actually this Sunday, rather.
Yeah, and I think Marcus is a perfect after Mason. That would be the perfect first opponent for Mason. Our next match was Su Yung versus Rob Shit.
Rob Shit comes out first. For who he is and what he represents, I like him a lot. He has his look. Fans love him. He always shows up and delivers what I consider a solid match. You know exactly what you're getting. He rarely fucks up and comes out of that specific box. He has a personality. His matches aren't long or drawn out, generally below the 7-8 minute mark. He usually has me laughing. We all love yelling shit. So boom, I'm a fan. Rob issues an open challenge here. And so we wonder who answers. To me, I had to put it Su fucking Yung. I was surprised here. Out she comes, paced and focused. Always nice to see. Hypnotic music, insane vibe. This is the first time we've seen her back in a GCW ring since the Coldest Winter 2 on February 3rd, 2024. That was the night my wife actually fell in love with her character. We were ringside, and I kept telling my wife, I go, you're going to love Su. It's something different. And yeah, she just fell in love with her. This was also her return to Seattle, Washington in over 5 years. Her last appearance was August 21st of 2019 for 3-2-1 Battle Wrestling. Su has 17 years in the business, 600 plus matches to her name, and 17 different championships. She is still wearing the mask after getting injured by a chair to her face that happened on August 10th, 2024. I'm unsure if that has continued and healed or if that's something she's wearing still for safety. Do you know anything about that right now, Screwball, or unsure?
I don't know if she's kept it around as like an artifact or if it's really a need for protective things. Yes, I was there that night. I remember the pool of blood 5 feet away from me after she had the trash can removed from her head. Double tough though. She finished the match, which is very impressive.
Yeah, the total damage from that incident: 2 black eyes and severe swelling around the orbital socket, 7 stitches for facial lacerations, a concussion, a nose broken on both sides, and a fractured skull. Back to the match, Rob grabs a mic and calls Su a Halloween reject. He says the Rainier beer sucks here and then spits it in Su's face. Su liked it. She's slowly walking at him and he's apologizing egregiously. They fight to the outside. Rob picks up Su and slams her on the padding on the floor, throws her onto a chair, runs and crashes his body into hers, sending her flying into several rows. They get back into the ring and Rob continues to brutalize her. She took some serious damage here. Finally, though, she rallies. Rob is walking around with his hand in his pants. He was going to stick his hand into Su's mouth. She blocks it, locks in a mandible claw, and slams him to the mat. She's spinning Rob on top of her shoulder. Seconds later, Rob takes control. It felt like a true back and forth for about the last minute. Su was on top of Rob, landing double-fisted blows. Rob went for a running Liger bomb, and Su flipped it into a Rana that slings Rob into a corner turnbuckle. She then, for the second time, slaps on that mandible claw. It locks in, and Rob taps out. Our winner in this one, and again, just like a Rob match, less than 8 minutes long, Su Yung. Thoughts here after the fans are chanting "Welcome home" to her. She was emotional.
All right. Okay. So, Rob shit, like the amount of range you would think, like he's not just a one-trick pony. For as much as like his gimmick is you get what you see, like he can work pretty much any spot on the card that you need him to do. He's like the ultimate utility player, like a perfect fixture for the GCW undercard, regardless of where we are. Like he's one of those guys that even though he's primarily associated with like the Southwest or the LA or California local scene, like you'll see him pop up in just about any market when we need him. And the fact that he fits in so well is just perfect.
Yeah, he's kind of like the GCW version, like Elijah, just could be traveling with the group and fit in and need someone to have a fight. Rob's
you can be lovable babyface or shitbag heel, and that's just and it could change the next day, and you don't think twice about it.
Yep. For me, I thought this one just fit. While it was an awkward pairing, I think both of them played off well against each other and delivered a fun, fan-friendly match that they seemed to enjoy. Once again, shout out to the Washington Hall. Like the crowd was awesome and hot for that match, and that place is just so cool, man. I want to get down there.
Yeah, definitely on the bucket list. Maybe 2026 if the dates line up right. Like last year was TWE. This year might be Defy. Who knows?
Yeah.
You know, if there's any of us going to make it, it's going to be Screwball. You know that, right? He's going to be the one to make it to all these places, dude. You better take great video and pictures, honestly. You're in historical venues that who knows how long they'll be around, man.
Yep.
Anything else about this one?
Nope, I had a short one.
All right. So, B, this is where you and I kind of feel satisfied. There's a great Bustah and Brain promo. Jordan makes Alec break character and chuckle for a minute midway through the promo. They're having fun. And in the end, you'll see that they're walking up the stairs together. The artistic part of me sees that you can clearly see the difference between both men, and there's a beauty in their differences and how they seem to still get along. It's good stuff. Bravo for the callback to Pinky and the Brain being used as characters. They've actually turned it into something here that's quite workable. I say great job, guys. This was a small bright spot between matches because we needed something not so serious to break the tension. You know, wrestling is always stress and tension, and sometimes you need to smile, and that's what they gave us here. And I appreciate the depth.
Yeah, go screw on my back.
Okay, sorry. I like that they are very insistent on having their promos not just on social media, but actually on the shows themselves. Like that's what's going to get their character over. I don't know how much of the percentage of the audience actually like pays attention to social media as much as we do. So they need to get people up to speed. So having them on the shows proper, that's the way to do this.
Yeah, and I like either way, but I agree with you. I think to kind of get them over as the tag team champions of the company, like put them on the show to get the characters kind of over is good. And I like how either one could be the Buster or the Brain. Like we've seen kind of both. Like we've seen Jordan lose it, and Alec had calm Jordan down. We've seen Alec lose it, and Jordan calm him down. So I like how they're both kind of interchangeable for whoever's the Buster and the Brain. But yeah, as you said, John, this is the stuff we enjoy, and it's simple, fun. It doesn't have to be a serious, hard-cutting, deep one like Atticus every time. It could be a nice, fun one like this one to set up the match against C4. And I think they did a great job to set up the upcoming match here.
This is kind of important. Future Joey said, Screwball, let me know when you want to come up to Washington Hall and you can sit with my crew. He says, I have the same seats for every show.
I came very close to actually doing that one weekend they had with like TJPW. I wish I'd been able to make that work.
Well, I think it's going to happen. And again, same thing. I mean, we kind of know each other from social media, but isn't it cool that everybody can kind of hook up a little bit here and there, even across cities? And
yeah, I met Future Joey for the first time in 2021 when GCW made their official debut in Vegas that May weekend in 2021. The one where Moxley appeared after AJ Gray versus the Gage.
That was my first show. That was my first GCW show. What the hell is going on here, Moxley? We're fighting in Fremont Street. That's not even on the show.
So Yeah, I met good old future Joey there over at the Collective in Las Vegas this past year, and I have nothing but great things to say. Cool as hell, and it's one of those dudes that if I knew I had a lunch or an hour with, we wouldn't stop talking to each other. I love people like that. Nothing bad to say coming out of my mouth about him ever.
Next match was for the GCW Tag Team belts as Bustah and the Brain defended against C4.
Bustah and the Brain come out first. The crowd was already chanting C4 and continued over the Bustah and Brain entrance. I was wondering if it was a small vocal group because I felt like most was at least started by that. I could hear the same exact voices each time, so I thought maybe it was a crew of 8 to 10 that was just keeping the party going. Maybe some family or friends of C4. It happens.
I mean, this is just a reminder that even though this GCW is on the marquee, we're the visiting people. It's Defy's home promotion. C4 are royalty there. They are the Midnight Heat and Sinner and Saint are pretty much tag team wrestling in the Pacific Northwest. They're gods of it. So, like,
yeah,
Bustah and the Brain are the visiting team. C4 are the home team.
I almost felt bad for Bustah and Brain though, because you could kind of see how it made him think for a minute, like, wait a minute, we're not the faces here. It's a little bit of a different dynamic. Honestly, guys, I think it's a growth point. Learn from it. Brain gets in the ring and starts jotting notes in his new notepad. That's the one that he got from the promo. Bustah's on the outside cutting a high energy promo into the camera. I put here that they're growing as characters and performers. We're seeing that in the ring and out of the ring. We hope for all wrestlers to grow and expand and try new things. We're actually here for stuff like this. We push for things like this. And I feel like Oliver and Price have been putting some real effort into doing those things, not to make us happy, but just because, again, when you get to higher levels, you need to know how to cut a promo, and you don't want to be practicing on national TV. Cut those chops now so that you know how to deliver when the real money's in your pocket. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because they could very well be coming for Alec Price and Jordan Oliver one day.
They're too damn. Oh my gosh, what would they look like in a year? They're throwing down amazing matches every weekend now.
I could easily see them challenging for the AEW World Tag Team titles one day. That's in the cards, I think.
Well, then C4 comes out next and the place erupts. They haven't been seen in a GCW ring since May of this year, where they appeared at GCW's We Still Don't Trust You from Portland, Oregon. Everyone is set to face off and we get more music. What's going on? Well, it's the Bollywood boys. They showed up at Washington Hall. I personally couldn't be happier. Love watching those guys. They lit up LA when we were there. I think Screwball, you were there too, right? It was like a party when they showed up.
Oh yes, I'm dancing on the wooden chairs, walking through there, and then they worked heels. So it's interesting that they can flip on a dime like that, just like Rob Shit.
Real fast, Sean. Like you said, you were pleased to see that. I popped. Like, I was excited just for the match against C4, as you were saying, Screwball. Like, these are the top teams in that area. Like, or C4 is one of the top teams in that area, as you were saying with Sinner and Saint. But this is a match that just had a fun, great tag team match, and I was really looking forward to it by itself. And then when I heard the Bollywood music boys, I actually I popped. I was like,
I had a great reaction. I had a similar reaction. I had a similar reaction. Yes, I was psyched to see the Bollywood boys.
I've popped for them, I think, like 3 different times in GCW, just because like I don't expect them, like when they pop up out of nowhere, the music and the energy they bring, it's just fun. And that like adding them to this tag match, it was even better than expected.
Hey, spoiler, this is my match of the night.
Spoiler?
Say you will.
Same thing, spoiler.
What do you think, Screwball? What was why we're talking?
I mean, there's a lot of choices here. I might actually go with the next match, but I don't blame you for thinking this match was great too.
Let me get my notes out of the way here, because this is how short it was. Like, we haven't done one of these ones in a while. I don't have really notes for it. Go check it out. Like, it was phenomenal for a tag team display. Like, go check it out. That's my notes for you, because I stopped when I saw the Bollywood boys come out, because I knew this was going to be a fun one. And yeah, go check it out.
You're going to see how much we're on the same page in about 2 paragraphs here, B. So yeah, it's been half a year since Bollywood has been in Washington Hall. GCW fans haven't seen Bollywood boys in a GCW ring since they last appeared at that same Portland show where we saw C4 that I just mentioned earlier. Now, with those 6 individuals, there was a lot of fire in that ring. This may be, and I just mentioned my match of the night, Bollywood cuts a great promo. Then Bustah and the Brain had a good laugh with the Snoop Dogg reference, bound to drizzle. Bustah and Brain are usually the faces and the focus, and neither were here. This match felt unique and fun from the jump because of that dynamic. All 3 teams start off fighting immediately. Too much action to call. I'm right here with B. As an example, the tag moves busted out in the first minute. None of the rules were followed, but teams rotated inside and outside the ring seamlessly to provide new matchups. That's what I liked about this. It was more 2-on-2s. I prefer less 2-on-1s because we already know the outcome, but 2-on-2s is like, they're getting featured in some way. It's like having 2 tag team or 3 tag team matches going on at one time. Just switch them out and let them do their thing. I'll mention this because it really got me in LA. Jordan's drop kicks have been deadly in the last few weeks. I'm really loving the impact that he makes on those. That's a real 80s to 90s impact. It's not that bitch impact we have now. Like, they're actually hitting each other and making impact. And that's what made wrestling a little tougher back in the day, was sometimes you get a boot to the face or the shoulder and it ain't gonna feel well, but that's fucking wrestling.
Oh, we could always get a drop kick off between him and Ryan Clancy, because I think they have 2 of the best drop kicks in the business.
I'd give it to Clancy there. Sorry, Jordan. That Clancy drop kick's beautiful, man.
Or maybe, like, you know, if we get Jordan Oliver in AEW, let's get him a drop kick off with Okada.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
I said that, though, like, from Jordan, like, one of my main criticisms of Jordan as a wrestler before the injury was I think his striking needed to improve and, like, looked like he hits the people. And the moment he came back, I think his first drop kick against Frankie Kazarian at the UCC Center, I made the, like, holy shit, like, that's what he improved during his time off. And as you were saying, John, I'm happy to see his striking improve and his overall game continue to improve even while he was out injured.
So then after this match, Jordan grabs the mic, puts over C4 and Bollywood, and said they're welcome to challenge for the titles at any time. Great job by Jordan for thinking on his toes just a little bit there and kind of getting themselves back on the positive side of the fans. See what I'm saying? He said he's happy to have performed in front of the Seattle crowd and left. Also, I'm going to tell you, that was awesome, man. Short and sweet. No need for a script. Be humble and bounce. That's what faces do. Anything else on this match before we move forward?
Not for me. Yeah. Go check it out. Like, for me, like, I agree with you, John. Match of the night for me.
Okay, we'll say this. Bustah and the Brain had a little bit of a theme this weekend, facing local teams. And I think there's still plenty more for them to... I think there's plenty of teams that still match up with them very well that haven't been explored on this side of the continent.
And that's where I'm, like, struggling with this tag run. Like, I love what they're doing. The teams that they have faced has been fantastic. Each match, I always say Young Bucks-esque. It just feels like, as you keep saying, AEW, like, I feel like the way their matches are going, they feel different and special than some of the other tag teams that we've seen in GCW, independent wrestling, just in general. And, like, I forgot where I was going with this, man. I saw a comment here and I got messed up. But, like, I think they're going to keep on improving and they're going to be still in the show here and keep on going as tag team. Oh, that's what I'm saying. I want to feud with them to, like, kind of elevate them to the next level, but I'm having fun watching these showcase matches. It's like I'm in a tough predicament. I always bitch that they need a feud, but these matches are so fun, and I keep wanting to see the tag team scene get showcased and displayed.
We were worried about having a fair amount of competition for Bustah and Brain, and then we have a weekend like this where we found, 3 tag teams or so that should probably be in GCW more and not just regional.
Yep, and I can think of plenty more in this scene that could easily come in there. Suavecitos.
Yeah, I was about to say, should we steal it? Suavecitos.
You should throw the name in the hat and see what the big man says.
I want to see a feud with Saint and Sinner. I think they're
Sinner and Saint are probably the team that they haven't faced yet.
Keep calling Saint and Sinner. Yeah, I think that is going to be one. Like, I would like to see him even in that matchup, like a struggle and like a fluke win from them to kind of set up a feud to kind of showcase. Like, I think you could maybe even have that match in the C4 or in the Jersey Cup tournament as a showcase match to kind of further showcase what Judas Icarus and
Manny
Williams are
is
about.
reading my mind. Yes. Wicked is actually not active right now, but let's get Nasty and Sonico, representing the cartel. They're my other really big part of my wish list. And I tagged when Gringo Loco mentioned that Lucha show, World on Lucha. My first thought was Cartel de los Fulanos. They've been killing it everywhere in the Southwest, and it's just a matter of getting them on in front of new audiences.
That's why he's the West Coast fucking correspondent. Wrestle Rival, there you go. You got some answers. Screwball, anyone else you can think of that they should keep their eyes on?
I'm gonna jump in real fast on his
Go ahead.
his Chris Nasty bandwagon. I'm hopped on that one for sure. How not even a bonus match in LA is kind of shocking. Like I thought maybe this one when you guys said bonus match, I kind of got excited for Screwball. Maybe he got his them or Suavecitos, but I think Chris Nasty's the next one.
I will say this: while this show was ongoing in Seattle, the cartel made their debut for the Crash, so things are happening either way.
Oh wow, Crash is a big step up.
Wow, let's see here. Someone else just put in that definitely keep an eye on Joey Thornton. He's an amazing wrestler trained by the Fale Dojo, but just did an epic dog collar match. I don't know about anything of that one. Someone else said Oni King. Yep. ZMZO said, trust me, Isaac. Yeah, Oni King knows his shit. And if you need to know anything about anything that he's done, I know JCW's had him on a couple times. You can see that on YouTube for free and has not disappointed. That's for sure. Jordan Oliver's killing it right now. Someone just put up here just a little bit earlier. Yeah, let's just mention this just because it was part of the show. There was a replay of the verbal altercation between Janela and Gail Kim from Dream On. It was still a fun promo listening to both argue over who has CTE. I'm sorry, but that's funny. And that's just all there is to it. I'm good. Anything else you wanted to mention on this one?
Nah. Next match was Joey Janela versus Shotzi Blackheart.
The bell rings and wow, the fans go straight to a Joey sucks chant first. Fans were not liking him at all or just really liking Shotzi. Heel Joey is where he shines. I like Shotzi trying to kick off Joey. He held onto her leg and slapped her into a leg lock. That's one of the few things I think I've never seen before. Generally, when someone's on their back and they push off their legs on a wrestler, the wrestler kind of goes back. Yeah, Joey kind of held onto the leg and locked it in. And I thought that was pretty cool. Plenty of Spitfire move for move back and forth early. Joey mainly having the offensive edge. Now, Shotzi slowly turned the tables over minutes 3 through 5. Joey came back by slamming her onto some chairs. We're slowly walking towards the hardcore territory was what I wrote here. Joey started taking chair shots to the head and then to the junk. Fans were chanting one more time, and she does. We get air Shotzi, and Joey recovers quickly for a fireman's carry that bends Shotzi over a chair. Joey got hit with the chair while he's on the turnbuckle, and he falls to the floor. He gets hit with a Shotzi tope. That's when she goes for a roundhouse kick, misses Joey, and hits GCW superfan future Joey and knocks him out cold. He went down hard. It was a good spot. Present time Joey then got turned inside out with a clothesline, and the fans were loving Shotzi's rally with holy shit chants. Yeah, we have old future Joey in here. I just want to ask real quick, buddy, if you have a way to answer me here. How's your face? I know it probably didn't feel great. And I want to let you know that maybe I'll be the first one to say it. You were an excellent bumper. Yeah. Was the Joey lookalike okay? Oh, no, well, trust me. He's not.
He did tweet today that he's back on solid food. So good for him.
Good. And when it gets to solid poop, you're all the way through, bud. Keep rolling. Shotzi had the best intergender match with Joey since Venny in Atlantic City. Well, over at GCW, I believe they just call them matches. But yeah, I see what you're saying.
I don't even think of them as intergender. It's like between everyone else in the indie scene, it's like they're just matches, and that's kind of the energy we need to have.
I think that's also because we only have so many females. We only have so, and it's like, I think we have to put them in somewhere. And also it's kind of unfair to go, well, you're this, you have to be matched with this. I like the fact that it's like, no, you could make a great matchup here. Let's give you the best possible matchup, not just what,
Yeah, now, granted, a good women versus women's match, that will always hit the spot too. But yes, to avoid them having to fight the same 4 people in their territory, it's sometimes necessary.
Joey said it was swollen after, and I had a Converse shoe mark on my face. I hope you got a picture of that, because that's awesome. It was a match, just a match. So now someone up here, and I don't want to go too far up, but there was someone else that said this match was the one that they would say is the match of the night. So one of you, I forget, was it you, Screwball? Not
yes,
alone here.
I did say that this was my choice for match of the night when we were discussing the C4 match, but yes, couldn't go wrong either way. This was exactly the match I wanted to have Joey Janela and Shotzi Blackheart have.
Well, then we'll move in here. Joey answers moments later with a jumping tombstone onto front row chairs that destroyed the chair. Fans audibly shocked get the GCW chance. A door bridge is being built outside the ring. We had build a house chit. They were wanting multiple levels on this thing. I give them credit for that. I love the sick Seattle crowd. Joey eats a swinging DDT from the apron through the table on the outside. Now we're having fun. Shotzi's senton is so plain and old school, but it's effective. I heard someone say, fuck New Jersey. The hate for Joey in Seattle is real. Shotzi then has a rally, tries for cattle mutilation, but can't lock it in. She tries a second time, fails into a Joey pin on her for a 2 count. Shotzi kicks out of the pin, and after a package pile driver on the chair, she finally places the chair on, jumps on the double top rope, double stomps her into a I jumped through too much stuff. Sorry there. Basically, Joey covers for 3. Our winner here was Joey Janela. After this one, there were a ton of boos. The Shotzi chants from the fans are very vocal. There were plenty of storytelling physically, and at 18.5 minutes, this felt like the first of 2 main events on this show. What are you guys' thoughts?
Washington Hall match of the year making machine. Joey Janela in action. Last year that was the epic 1-hour Iron Man match with Nick Wayne. A lot of history in this venue for Joey Janela. It's almost surprising that they were almost universally against him, but they know him very well up there.
I thought this was a good match. Not to quote Brett, like it was a match. It was like a Joey match. It felt good, but I didn't think Joey needed to win here. I thought Shotzi probably could have used the win a little bit more than Joey here, and I kind of was agreeing with the Seattle crowd. I was kind of booing when Shotzi picked up the loss here, but I thought it was a fun match. But for me, like it just didn't feel like it was anything out of the ordinary special. Just felt like a Joey special kind of match, you know.
Sometimes you need that Joey special, though.
Oh yeah,
I think this was a good Joey special.
Yeah. Next match was for the GCW World Title as Atticus defends the belt for the first time against the ultraviolent champion Matt Tremont.
So this is that main event that Atticus was complaining about that was originally for the UV title. Matt comes out first. He receives the Seattle version of the abundant love that he gets everywhere else he goes. Thank you, Matt Tremont. This is an amazing run. He's been a rock for us, both as a GCW performer and a deathmatch performer, and as a day one guy, one of the pillars of GCW. Atticus was booed, but some are cheering. This is an interesting dynamic that can be settled as his story unfolds. I feel Atticus is truly in control of all of this, seeing how he steers the ship. Depending upon how he does this, he could be someone who is more of an anti-hero like Stone Cold Steve Austin. We could be going the NWO route. We could be going the DX route. I'm not really sure. We could also just be going with 440's storyline that maybe didn't fully play out. We're maybe getting back to that. Unsure. The bell rings. I immediately see barbed wire covered doors and chairs. Tremont breaks tension by saying, Seattle, get the fuck up. That works every time. Atticus answers with, shut the fuck up. Fans didn't like him breaking up their fun. The first minute wasn't as much action as it was more sizing up. Tremont threw a barbed wire door on Atticus, then drops an Abdullah elbow onto that door. We have a fork early. Atticus is getting stabbed. Now it's in his mouth, and Atticus is getting it pressed into his tongue. There's a door bridge built on the side of the ring. Tremont stands near it. Atticus jumps from the outside, and both go through that door bridge. Tremont can't stand up without eating a huge chair shot to his back. Matt grabs something out from underneath the ring in a bag. Now back in the ring, Atticus kicks a chair into Tremont's face. Out comes skewers. Matt goes for a pin, and Atticus answers with skewers bludgeoned into the forehead. Full stop. Sometimes the camera shoots up close for the cuts and slices, like when Nick Gage would do the pizza cutter and whatnot. Usually there's no cutting or slicing happening. However, Atticus at minimum breaks the skin and creates bleeding. I would say if there's any close-up shots that you're looking for at GCW that actually shows blood, those would be the ones that you'd probably want to zoom in on. Atticus tapes a gusset plate to the bottom of his shoe. Very dangerous. Atticus sticks gussets to both of Tremont's arms. There was a kick to the head that could have been incredibly dangerous. Tremont rallies once he tastes his own blood. Huge rally, covers for 2. Sorry.
Yeah, I remember seeing Tremont the next day with a bandage over where he took that super kick powered by gusset plates. That one definitely left a mark.
I was worried when I saw it because the first thing I thought of is that putting holes in the canvas. And then number 2 is, if he slides that right, he could slice his head bad. And,
leave that shit to the pros. Yeah. Leave it to the Atticus Cogers and the Tremonts.
Damn right, and that's what we pay him for, is their expertise. Effy enters the ring and starts attacking Atticus. Tremont is not happy because Effy is basically ruining Matt's chances of winning the GCW World Championship. This is where we're seeing, Effy looks off. Barbed wire door in the corner. We have more skewers. They all stick into his head. Tremont spears Atticus through a barbed wire door. Atticus's hair is caught in the barbed wire, and I'm laughing as Tremont drags him out by his legs, ripping out his hair. Atticus goes to the back to grab both championships, his and Matt's. He stomps on the UV championship.
I got to point something out. That is a reference. A few years ago at an ICW No Holds Barred show, he was wrestling John Wayne Murdoch. John Wayne Murdoch was the UV champion at the time, and one of the ways he got into John's head was by stomping on that UV title the exact same way.
No, I didn't know that at all.
Yep, that was a direct callback.
Great job, man. So, Atticus goes to hit Matt. Effy comes from behind and hits Atticus and hits Tremont instead. Tremont is down. Atticus covers for 2. Then Atticus hits the brain hemorrhage, covers for 3. Our winner and still GCW World Champion, Atticus Cogar. Thoughts on this match, guys?
Okay, well, this one certainly was something. The big thing here was Effy. Actually, MLJ pointed out something on commentary that was very interesting. It benefited Effy that Atticus won, because if Atticus had lost the title, the match tomorrow becomes non-title.
Yep.
And it's Damian 666 possibly challenging for the world title. So did Effy really mean to go for Atticus, or was he really going for Tremont but wanted to look like he was going for Atticus?
I was kind of disappointed that on Saturday night that Tremont Effy thing didn't come back to the story at some point.
And it was it was also interesting. No Vandal 48 this weekend. So everything Atticus did, he technically did on his own. So proven this weekend he did not need Big Brother and Little Cousin.
I think that sets a positive precedent also. I don't think he needs to be showing, I'm cheating. If he wants to make a point, the only way to make a point is to stand on your own and show strength.
And it sets Vandal 48 apart from 440 too. Ricky Shane Page was very reliant on that interference. Atticus not being so much is one way to make this not feel like a rehash.
Yeah, I was afraid of that too. I thought Atticus would get a lot of run-ins and bullshit title wins and defenses, kind of like how Blake Christian kind of had that little run of getting not disqualified. Getting Shane Mercer to come in and have his back. So I thought this was a good match, and the whole Effy thing for me just is intriguing. I'm glad it was going, and I'm glad Atticus was able to do it by himself. That was kind of like the big thing for me, was his first out of the fence being by himself without the help of Vandal 48. As you said, it kind of gives a strong starting point to what his championship run is going to be.
Well, then I'll close out the last little segment we had of this show here. Effy comes back out and slams the referee. Security steps in to control him. He has snapped. Fans aren't happy with him. Something is obviously off. He goes to hit the ref with a barbed wire chair, and it took Bustah and the Brain to stop him. Alec, who's normally the one with the hotter head, is the one that has to talk sense into Effy. They're basically on the same level for just a moment here. Alec understands the aggression. honestly, things aren't good. Effy's not fine.
I want to point out too, Effy and the officials he attacked this weekend were all relatively local officials. Even on Saturday, it was Chad Rico that got it, not the usual Krew. So maybe is he becoming a bit of a bully, going after the people that don't have quite as much power to go against him?
Ooh, that's a good point.
Oh, B, you're
didn't think about that one.
And I just thought of it now. It's like, because I noticed he went against the local Defy officials. So it's weird to think about. Maybe has Effy really changed? Is he not fine?
Sorry.
Effy's fine. Look up the acronym. He's fine. I knew Atticus was a star of the moment. Good to see you, Real Green Cane.
Green Cane.
Green Cane is in the house. Daddy Effy needs to chill. I don't know, man. Anything else in regards to GCW Say You Will?
Another strong show from Washington Hall.
Yep. I think the Defiance really made the difference and elevated this show from just a really good West Coast show to something that, I will be thinking about weeks from now.
I agree.
If I were to pick 3 matches just for fun, I put the Bustah Brain versus C4 versus Bollywood as my best match on the card. By my opinion, Joey and Shotzi was probably the most mature and all-around hardcore match. I thought it was quality. And the third one was our main event being the most violent. Storyline-wise, I just wrote that Effy's devolving into madness after losing his championship of 307 days, attacking referees and Atticus. This storyline was basically leading into LA the next night. Vipress potentially dipping her toe into the hardcore deathmatch scene. I also think is something we need to watch moving forward. And I think that she's got the ball rolling in the right direction there. I think it's everything.
Yep. And a lot of it's, even though this was a standalone show, a lot of it worked together to set up the next night. A lot of these same points we'll be discussing later.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. So I'm going to ask you real quick, guys, is it possible maybe we do a quick cookie or something?
I could use a cookie, yes.
That sounds fantastic. Okay, everybody knows how it goes. We're basically going to do the 3-minute cookie timer real quick. Everybody take a break, and then we're going to go into round 2. We're going to focus on the kickoff show in LA. And if we are fortunate enough, the birthday boy will be spending a small part of his night with us. We will be fortunate, hopefully. So we'll be back with you in 3 minutes, and we'll go from there. Take care, guys. I need some
Wait for-
coffee to go with that cookie break.
I was waiting for the intro music there.
You're listening and watching the Game Changer World podcast.
We need what was the other one you got? We need Killer Cross or
Yeah, I was mute bugged there, so I'll cop to that. But yes, I was gonna say we need to get another like a different. Since we started with Tremont, we need the cross one after intermission.
right.
You know, I got to do that. I think that's a good idea.
Horrible
Someone
producing from us.
was someone hoping for the Thanksgiving. Who made the yams? I did that. Who made the ham? I did that. That was, I really wish we had more Thanksgivings just to show that one again. I really enjoyed that. Yeah, we'll just say it's a Chips Ahoy cookie. Why not? I don't know. Okay. I think we're ready, man. Uh-oh.
Yeah,
Actually, before we start,
Oh.
we have our birthday boy with us tonight. There we go.
Hey,
Hey, what's up, everybody?
Oh, we lost him. What happened?
oh no, we got him. I think.
There we go. There we go.
Hey,
I
what's
see
up,
you.
everybody?
Pretty
What's up,
good.
Perch?
How you doing tonight,
Been a
Perch?
while.
Good to see everybody. Thank you for having me.
Hey,
Happy birthday, Perch.
Yes, happy
Yes.
birthday.
Thank you. And as it turns out, a lot of times we're out in Los Angeles around the time of my birthday. So
That is correct. Yes, we almost always have a December date, and it's awesome.
yeah, what can be better than celebrating your birthday out in Los Angeles, especially coming from a place like snowy Milwaukee?
All the fans are saying happy birthday, just in case
Yeah,
you can't see the chat.
two of us, the Vegas guys, are in like hoodies and beanies, and you're just out there in short sleeves and shorts.
Yeah, short sleeves. Yeah, very comfortable, chilling, loving it. And speaking of Vegas, just saw Mariah Carey out there in Vegas a couple days ago.
Nice.
Really?
Yeah, it was incredible. Once in a lifetime opportunity. Mariah Carey, my all-time fave. So took advantage of a moment and a day off, and yeah, went out to Vegas and saw her at the MGM. Little Christmas time.
Nice.
Awesome. Well, I'm just going to tell you, like I've told many people before, and you're one of them. When you're in our town, by all means, if there were ever an issue or a problem, or if you just wanted to do something, definitely give us a call. We are not far away, and we can always help you out if necessary. You have someone in this town that can do something for you if necessary. So
Greatly appreciated.
well, I just want to say again, you're spending part of your birthday night with us. Thank you so much for that. That is super important, and we appreciate it.
Yeah, my pleasure, guys. My pleasure, especially to talk about some awesome professional wrestling like we had over the weekend.
Oh man. Well, yeah, I'll get us started here. B, did you announce the show yet or not? I forget.
Well, do we want to cover maybe our kickoff a little bit?
I'm about to say,
Yeah.
if you guys want to talk about the kickoff show, you guys go more than ahead. I'll take a sit back and listen to you guys talk about the craziness there.
Okay, well, I'll read what I wrote here. I have the kickoff show was fun. Thanks to Screwball, Brett, fans and listeners, the performers who gave us their precious time. Special thanks to my son who helped us set up the tables, chairs, and wiring. My wife who helped chase down people and line them up back to back for those interviews that you saw. I arrived at 4 p.m. at the UCC, checked in with Ash and Brent. I was getting all my equipment set up in front of the building. We made some rounds, giving and receiving a bunch of hugs and handshakes. I got a little nervous because there was no internet available at the UCC, but in true indie style, we did the entire podcast from a Wi-Fi hotspot on my phone. I had to knock down the video quality to 720 to maintain a strong signal, and we went live at 6 p.m. It was already dark, 60 degrees. It was cold for us. Perch was on vacation.
Yeah, I was living.
But our guests, Jack Cartwheel, Gringo Loco, Dan Perch, Effy, Atticus, Brett Lauderdale, all became a part of the show. That's what really made the show, were all the personalities. We also had a few other wrestlers waiting and checking in with us, but times did not match up. I'm very sorry we couldn't get them all on, but it was an hour and a half. It was completely full. We had fun. We were stacked from front to back, and we wouldn't have had any of that without cooperation from everyone. So
yeah, half
since
hour
you're
ended up
here,
being the perfect amount of time for what we had
Yeah.
to say and what the guests could give us. I got there about right exactly an hour after you did, and I guess I was emotional support till we went live, made sure our sound check went well, and then everything. I thought everything went well. Got a little bit nervous when Atticus Kobre came in. Like I've support the merch table, but talking to him and completely in the zone and in character, that was a bit intimidating. But at the same time, it's like he's supposed to be intimidating. So I think for the most part, it worked out. I would have liked to have not forgotten the show name at that particular moment, but at the same time, it worked for what we were doing. So if anything else, like he can now claim that he got me to, he was so scary that he got me to blank on the show name. But other than that, it was great. And I had a great time. Thank you to all 6 of those performers, including Brett, for everything they did, especially birthday Boy Perch here.
Yeah, guys, appreciate everything that you guys do. Anytime we travel with Game Changer Wrestling, it's nice to come into a town, no matter where it is, and have the people make us feel like we're one of their own, or make us feel like we're right at home, because what we do really transcends all cultures, and it uses a little bit of influence from each one and each culture, and that's what makes up this amazing community of professional wrestling and team like Game Changer Wrestling. So when we come into a place like Los Angeles, and to have you guys hosting a kickoff party, it's a great way for us to start the day, or in many cases my day starts at maybe 8 in the morning, 9 in the morning, so to handle responsibilities before the show, and then right before the event begins, to have a time to reflect on what we're about to experience. It's an awesome way and a great start to the day, and the way it hits me in the middle of my day, but the start of the event, it's just a wonderful way to get the mindset ready for the show.
You're right about the love. On our side, we were treated well by everyone, and everyone was extremely helpful. Also, many people spent time helping us without asking for anything in return. And I think that says a lot about everything you just said right there. So starting with you and others in the community, thank you. And you are appreciated for all that you do to help all of us out and give all of us some entertainment.
Yeah. At the end of the day, we're all having a great time.
Yep.
Cool.
And I guess when we're doing it again, February 14th, I knocked out what I need to do. I will be there February 14th for what I presume will probably be the coldest winter. But whatever the show's name is, I will be there.
Same. How you doing, B? Do you know yet? Are you still working on it, or you think you got it?
As long as Atticus don't get in my face and KJ is not going to be there, I think I'll be there.
Well, we were spared KJ this time around, at least so we thought.
Right?
Well, as long as Perch don't get in my face, we'll be good. So I'll kind of break into this real quick. This was the 29th trip to Los Angeles for GCW and the 37th event held. This is GCW's second home, and LA fans make it feel welcome. This was also the first time at a live GCW show for one of my crew. I had a boy, 14 years old. He's one of our other guys' little brothers. And we figured for Christmas, we wanted to take him out and see this show that he's heard so much about, but never had a chance to see for himself.
Yeah, you had a full van that weekend.
It was worth it.
Yeah,
we
no doubt.
made a new fan, and I got to hear a lot of insight from somebody who doesn't have preconceived notions. It was really nice.
That can be so important in drawing new fans too. Sometimes you need that perspective.
Oh yeah. Yeah. So I just, as also as a Christmas fan, the trees on the stage were a nice touch. I don't know who really put that together, but
it might have been the UCC themselves. It might not have been us at all. In fact, Perch might actually have an idea. Did you know about the Christmas trees?
Yeah, guys, the UCC is such a unique venue, and they hold a lot of different events there. including GCW a lot. So with the other events that they have, they really doctor that venue up for festive occasions, whether it's a wedding or a quinceañera. We've had artwork on the walls before.
Yes, I remember the artwork.
Yeah, incredible, and it adds to the atmosphere. I think that was like, high school students' artwork being displayed for a big, banquet they had at some point. And this time, it was all done up with holiday festive.
Yes.
It's on us if we want to keep it or not. And again, we like to incorporate, the hometown vibe and hometown feel into each show. So when we come into the UCC and we've got festive decorations, yeah, if they can fit into the show, they're absolutely staying.
I love it when a venue just kind of changes month to month or quarter to quarter or however long it runs there. It just kind of gives the place character. And the UCC already has so much character to begin with. It's my absolute favorite venue for indie wrestling, without a shadow of a doubt.
Nice. All right, then. So I want to say big credit to the commentary crew for covering a huge night. We had John Mosley, MLJ, Jordan Castle, and a debuting Righteous Reg. Reg, I think you knocked it out of the park. So if you want to hear from somebody else that my opinion doesn't mean much, but as a fan, you were highly enjoyable. You're very verbose, and I think that you did a great job verbally painting the picture. So thumbs up
Righteous
for you.
Reg, I think, is West Coast Pro, from that promotion. Another promotion that's doing wonderful things. They're in the news a lot lately for the right reasons.
Yeah, I want to double on that one. Reg is awesome. I listen to Grapsody. I love listening to them, and hearing him on commentary was cool. I'm a big fan of Righteous Reg, and he killed it. Like, what did he stay on for 2 or 3 matches? I think he did at least more than just the one, and yeah, he was awesome. He killed it. And as you said, Screwball, I know he's a big West Coast Pro guy, but hearing him on commentary for this GCW show was awesome, and definitely need more Righteous Reg around GCW just in general.
Yeah, I'll be actually headed to LA twice in February, once for GCW, once for West Coast Pro. Both two of the best promotions going today.
Well, then you want to get into this first match, and we'll start talking a little bit of talking turkey.
Our first match was for the GCW Tag Team Championships as Bustah in the Brain defends it against the Krusty Krew, Dom Kubrick and Lucas Riley.
Okay, talking about that Krusty Krew. They've been a team since May of 2018. Their longest and only title reign was with the Santino Brothers Wrestling Tag Team Championships, which they held for 306 days. The Krusty Krew is very much a West Coast team for now. They've also been featured in 2 NJPW Academy showcases. They were incredibly over at the UCC, coming out to ABBA's Dancing Queen. Awesome song. Incredibly positive energy that only comes from confidence. Both are coming out eating popcorn, and why not? You got to get them carbs in. To me, though, even though they've been together for 7 years, they still have a new and fresh type of team vibe to them, and it's incredibly positive. Any thoughts on the Krusty Krew before I go further?
I mean, I was talking about them on the pre-show, like how much I was looking forward to them. They did not disappoint. K's up all the way, and like I've been in crowds where they've sang the song like 5 or 10 seconds after they've shut off the song. So that's how you know they're incredibly popular. Reminds us a bit of Violence is Forever in some ways.
Now, Dan, I have a question for you. I saw referee Scarlett Donovan was on assignment for this match. I wanted to ask you, who was putting together assignments for referees that night?
Oh, man, that's a great question. When it comes to the referee assignments, we take so much consideration and thought into to making the card the best it can be, from drawing the card out with the matches to figuring who goes where and what referee works best with what match. It's a team effort, and when it comes to venue to venue, show to show, place to place, it's really a team mentality as to all of our input as to what's going to work best for the show. So yeah, we handled business before the show as a team.
So then I want to ask you here, since we're talking about Scarlett for just a moment, and you're also, I guess we could call it a coworker, but what are some things that you see Scarlett does that you feel she does better than most, that you know, maybe wish others would pick up on, or maybe take some notes from? Like, what are her fortes from what you see?
Sure. You know, refereeing is such a unique role to have the responsibility to carry out. And it's a role that you can see it from many different angles. And to be a referee, you have to take pride in your work, and you have to be working for the match and for the show. There's a difference in, you know, working as a team and also just working with people, you know, coworkers. Really using that team mentality is what sets you apart. And, you know, the match may be one wrestler versus another, but the mentality of it as a referee is the three of us are going to be working together. So to have that mentality going in and working for the match and always working for the show gives her the right headspace going into the event. So knowing that she's going to be in there for, you know, a tag team match with two top level teams at the, you know, the height of their abilities right now, knowing that Scarlett is going into that match looking to represent all four individuals and highlight all four of those individuals, you know, greatest strengths. So to be able to know the people you're working with and have a little bit of a camaraderie with them, no matter what show it is or what competitors they are, it really goes a long ways with, you know, communication, level of trust, level of comfort, and really developing that level of comfort goes a long ways to performing inside the ring. So before Scarlett even steps in the ring, she's giving all four competitors in this case that level of comfort and knowing that she's there to give them the best quality rep they can get anywhere in the world. And that's no joke. That comes from, you know, putting in as much work as we have as referees and traveling the globe, getting experience with the top level competitors who've, you know, been working with as much experience as anybody. So, you know, the qualifications that we earn over that time sets a competitor and a referee like Scarlett apart in, you know, her mentality and mindset being she's working for those wrestlers. So before the match even starts, she is working her butt off to give these guys the best environment they can go in and perform. Meanwhile, you know, those two tag teams, the Krusty Krew and Bustah in the Brain, are putting together math equations worth of moves and moments.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, they're working in the lab year after year, day after day, hour after hour, thinking about pro wrestling. So you want your referee to care a little something about you guys in the match. So someone like Scarlett genuinely cares about both those teams. She's worked closely with Bustah in the Brain all over the world, and she's worked closely with the Krusty Krew. Being SoCal.
Scarlett is a product of the West Coast scene. So yeah, she would have definitely come up with the Krusty Krew.
Yeah. So again, we put the right mindset into every single match and every single moment we can as referees to maximize the show. So, you know, to have that, someone like Scarlett representing that match, she's out there giving the wrestlers the best environment they can to perform. She's giving them the benefit of the doubt in there when they perform. She's providing a buffer between the audience and the match and allowing the wrestlers to know what's going on during the moments while they're going on. So the ability to perform your job as a referee at the level that we do is more than just 10 minutes inside the ring at
Right.
from here to
Right.
there, 15 minutes inside the ring. It's really about before the show, during the show, during your matches, after your matches, and really providing that level of comfort and safety, number one, to everybody you're working with. So styles come and go, they change, they evolve. You're always learning and getting better with every rep, but you're out there trying to search good quality reps. And with someone like Scarlett Donovan, she's out there giving every single wrestler she works with the best quality rep they can get inside the ring, no matter whether it's in Los Angeles, California, New Jersey, Amsterdam, Tokyo, Japan, anywhere in the world. So what separates a few of the things that separate her apart from other people that I see.
And in chat here, we have plenty of people saying fantastic referee. Another one who said something I've seen before.
Yep.
She has fantastic facial expressions during the match that helps sell those moves so much more. And does a fantastic job at it.
No, and I was watching the match, especially this one to start it off. Her ability to be there with the quickness as well. Those all four guys running across the ropes, from corner to corner, rope to rope, outside the ropes. Like there's no coloring inside the lines with the tag team matchup like those guys, and the way Scarlett's able to move around and to get around quickly and to still continue to, call the tags and pins and, fulfill her job as a referee, and do her job also allowing those guys the right lanes to move.
Yeah, I've seen multiple times where I'm going, you know what, if I was a referee, the biggest problem I would have, even with two tag teams that move so fast, is just knowing where I need to be. And you're constantly, like you said, moving. Have you ever had a moment where there's so many people you just go, I'm going to stand against the ropes right here, and, just call it from here.
Yeah, our training really allows us to instinctually react and move. So, our mindset is on so much, but we're able to stay calm inside the ring. So it appears that it's going so quick, but to us, we're able to try and master time a little bit, and it all slows down, and we're able to have our proper placement. But it's really based off of reactions and instincts from our training.
All right, then I'm going to go ahead and move into the Bust in the Brain. I get soaked into what Dan's saying, and I forget about the match. Stay with us, Dan, because we do have a lot to say about the match, and then we're going to go back and forth with referee also, because I don't want you to feel like you're forgotten at any point. It's just, this was a great show.
Oh, I love your guys' show too. I know the format, and I'm thrilled to be here. I appreciate it.
Dude. Again, on your birthday night, it's admirable. Thank you. On to Bustah in the Brain. They are on a roll since winning back their titles 56 days ago from the Brothers of Funstruction. This was their 9th title defense since winning back those championships. They're also the current Excite Tag Team Champions, 112 days in running. Both men came together to form Bustah in the Brain out of necessity, and they've turned it into something special. We're huge fans. This makes 2 nights in a row where Bustah and the Brain have their hands full with another potential match of the night. Now, to be fair here, I don't have play-by-play. It was too much, too quick. So I'll give some observations instead. Watch this match. You'll see the debut of a quality squad that should be making themselves more known to GCW fans in the coming year, 2026. Tons of GCW chants erupted. Felt a lot like 2v2 when a wrestler gets isolated from his teammate. Here, he got massacred. Plenty of false finishes, followed by a turning up the temperature in ring, which gave the match the illusion of shifting into higher gears. Our winner here, and still the GCW World Tag Team Champions, Bustah and the Brain. What did you guys think about this match?
How about that crash and burn off the moonsault leg drop from Dom Kubrick? That was the moment of the match that I think that's been going around on social media. I just retweeted it on my end to give it another run. phenomenal work from the Krusty Krew. Yes, we need to see more of the Krusty Krew in GCW.
Yeah, I agree with you. I thought this was a perfect start for the night, as it was another high-paced, fan-friendly, energetic match for the UCC crowd. As we were kind of saying earlier, the Christmas trees on the stage and the blue lettering on the ring, I loved those little changes that every time we get to the UCC. Krusty Krew was awesome. Bring them back, and Bustah and the Brain continue their amazing tag team championship run. And Perch, I want to ask you, since you're in the ring with them and you've been in there, what do you think setting Bustah and the Brain apart from kind of the last few tag team champions in their current run right now?
Yeah, Bustah and the Brain are really a treat for the audience to catch right now. They're performing on another level, and they're kind of setting the bar as for what you can see in a professional wrestling match and in a tag team match. I would say with Jordan and Alec in particular, they're two students of the game and two true students of professional wrestling. I've always thought of the wrestling business as a school, and I'm a student as well, and always thinking, always taking notes, always learning, always talking about it. And those two are all of that. Always talking wrestling, always talking ideas and what's happened in the past and how we can, work right now and create what's happening right now. And, in turn, what I'm seeing between Bustah and the Brain, performing wise, is they're setting the bar for tag team wrestling. And it's allowing other top level tag teams, like we saw with the Krusty Krew. We've seen it all over the world with various C4 even, or the Bollywoods. We've seen
Top team.
We're seeing, each territory's top tag teams, go against a couple of the best in the world. So the styles and the ability to push themselves to the next level and to help the next generation learn how to push themselves to the next level. I'm already seeing it trickle down to some of the generations on the independent level, from the working at an Elks Lodge on a Saturday to an Eagles Club to working a nice place like the UCC. I'm seeing Bustah and the Brain's influence already, helping people and the next generation of tag team wrestlers and wrestlers who just want to get to know themselves even more.
So then after this match, the fans rush to the ring to pound the mat, which is always a great starter. I wrote here, I'm a fan of Krusty Krew now. We needed a solid team like that in our regional area for GCW when they come back to LA. I feel like at some point they could be more and maybe tour alongside of us. I think I need maybe 5 more matches just to see what they're capable of. But they seem like the type that have enough personality and ability that I think they'd fit great at GCW.
Yeah, Lucas Riley, if nothing else, has that personality. Like, I have an old photo from the 2021 Vegas show where I took a photo with Juventud Guerrera, and he's got his 8x10 in his mouth photo bombing. Anything to get himself a little bit of extra camera time is he will take that moment.
So I wrote here that this match spoke volumes as to where Bustah and Brain and Krusty Krew are in their careers, and a great picture of their capabilities. These last 2 Bustah and Brain matches this weekend are exactly what I'm wanting to see from what we can say is the GCW tag team division, quote unquote. I feel that, I don't know, there must have been a focus or something going on lately, but I can say that that tag team area division is clicking, and it's made for a much more enjoyable show for the fans.
Yep, continue to bring the top local teams to Bustah and the Brain, and they will make them look like $1 million both ways.
Definitely. Our next match was Joey Janela versus Jack Evans.
So Jack Evans has been at this for 25 years. I remember watching him almost killing himself at CZW. He's a 12-time champion, the current Pandemonium Gen Z champion, 719 days, and a past AAA World Cruiserweight champion that he held for 713 days. That's quite an accomplishment. We haven't seen Jack in a GCW ring in over 14 months, since October 14, 2024 at Blood on the Hills 3. Oh, yeah, except for the night before. Jack has never won a match at GCW, so I'm wondering, could this one be it?
Also, aside from the match last night.
I had some of these notes, I think, for the kickoff show, and I didn't update because I came out from Friday. Yeah, professionalism is high here. Joey Janela, I'll start by saying, if you haven't seen Joey's in-depth interview with us over here at Game Changer World, then you need to check that out. It happened live on October 7th, and you can find it on GCW's YouTube page. This match here was Joey's 297th match at GCW. And I asked Screwball the other day, but do you guys think that he knows he's approaching 300 matches in the next week or two?
As I said, I don't think he's the record-keeping type, but I can guarantee you he's definitely had more than 1,202 matches in his career.
Yeah, we were talking about that on Saturday. That's what's documented, but knowing him, there's probably another 200-300 in there we don't know about. Maybe 100.
I don't know. Like at some of those places he worked in the 2010s, he's got to have worked more, especially when you consider like he used to be Starman too.
True. I love Starman.
What are you thinking, B? NES.
What are you thinking?
I don't think he knows he's close to 300, but I mean, his body probably feels close to 300.
So in this match, referee Chad Rico calls for the bell. We're underway, and I'm going to stop right there. And Dan Perch, Chad Rico is a young man. He does very well at his job. What are some things that you see that Chad Rico clicks on that you feel others should maybe look out for that are his fortes?
Yeah, always a pleasure working with Chad Rico, especially out there on the West Coast. A lot of times when I see Chad, we're out there on the West Coast, so it means we have good weather, easy living, nice and chill, sunglasses, and super cool dude, and very, very calm and very laid back, which allows, a wrestling environment that can be chaotic. He can, handle himself well in that kind of an environment, which is great, especially in the matches. Him as a referee, he does the role really well. The way he looks, always clean cut, official, some of the best hair I've ever seen. always on point. And he gets in some of the matches that, can be hardcore matches or ones that require, a heightened sense of, a level of it in an environment, hardcore match or something we even saw later on in this show. Last time at the UCC, he was inside the steel cage match. It was a war zone kind of environment. So Chad knows how to handle himself in so many different occasions and in different matches. And yeah, handles the role as a ref very well.
So then I'll roll into here. It took less than about a minute for both Joey and Jack to fight into the crowd. Joey splashing Jack into several rows of seats. Jack warmed up the flipping machine early, and his offense became more agile as the match progressed. Also, both men ramped up their aggression. Joey had an awesome elevated lung blower worth mentioning, and Jack pulled out the 450 early in the match, but no luck. Joey moved, and Jack landed on his face, unfortunately. Moments later, Jack calls for a 630 and misses that also. Very unfortunate. Our winner in this one, Joey Janela with a package pile driver, and I'll just kind of move into this seamlessly after the match. KJ Orso attacks Joey from behind, but it was nice seeing Jack in small shots like this weekend, and I hope to see him again soon. So I was just wondering what your guys' thoughts were on Joey Janela versus Jack Evans.
Exactly what you'd expect. Another Joey Janela special. This time a little bit earlier on the card, so they're warming up to everything later. But Joey's a guy that knows what to deliver, what he needs to deliver for his spot on the card, which is, sometimes that people tend to be a bit selfish in that regard, and Joey's not one of them. but also, you know, threading the line to make sure Jack Evans gets a good shine as well. So good work on Joey. Unfortunately, we did have to be graced with the presence of one KJ asshole. I mean, Orso, and you know, and I think Joey's now going to be going into JCW next weekend. A little bit banged up. It could cost them potentially a spot in the J Cup.
I've made it clear that both Screwball and B have problems with KJ Orso, not John. John has no problems. I can't speak for Dan. Dan might have issues that we don't know about with him. We're not sure.
Yes, we need Dan's opinion on KJ.
Yeah, Fuego. I still call him Fuego.
That's even worse than what we
I'm
say.
the only one not getting beat up here tonight. If he shows up, it's not my fault. It's yours and yours and yours.
Ishmael, don't tell on us, Ishmael. We would
An
enjoy
evil
tonight without
man. It's an evil man out there. Evil man.
I don't want that heat.
Evil man. In my mind, I still think of the positive moments, the great times, the wonderful impact Fuego del Sol had. KJ Orso is making a name for himself right now, but you know, sometimes it takes a horrible evil deeds to get the job done, and right now KJ is going through it, and he is doing some evil stuff, but you know, sometimes in professional wrestling, it's the people that you dislike the most that end up winning your hearts over, but I don't see that happening with KJ Orso because he's scary. I've seen that look in his eyes.
Yeah, I unfortunately was that close. I saw his eyes that close in LA, and yeah, that was that is a different man than Fuego.
If I can survive a few minutes with Atticus Koger, KJ Orso should be no problem.
Yeah, I'm a sucker for good professional wrestling and storylines and good family drama. Going back to the old, you know, Triple H and his wife and father-in-law and good family drama. And with KJ Orso getting Stackhouse and Mrs. Stackhouse and everybody involved, it was next level, and yeah, hit me on a good emotional level. So yeah, as far as it goes with KJ, to me that man's evil. That guy's scary, and he jumped off that cage too. Like he's willing to stop at nothing to achieve what he's after.
Oh, that's right. You were the referee for that, right? I'm sorry, B.
No, ring cage or ringside.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it was. He did actually tell us it was Chad Rico that was in the ring with him.
Yeah, Chad Rico. But again, all refs had to be on hand because all chaos, all can break out and did break out.
I think we overshadowed that opening spot of that cage match. Yeah, KJ just flying off the top and just start.
Yeah, I mean, you can say what you want about KJ Orso the person, but the athlete is one of the best we've got.
Yeah,
hands down.
Can't take that away from him.
Yeah. Yeah,
one of
absolutely.
One of our listeners just said that I just want to say at a couple of the GCW shows I've been to that Perch has been outside the venue hyping the fans up in Louisville and Indianapolis, and I respect that 100%. I want everyone to know I saw that in LA as well, and I think it really does wonders for the fans. Also, I mean, just to see a familiar face or someone they're used to seeing on GCW TV is a nice pick-me-up if you've been standing there for 40 minutes in line, like, hey, look who's here. And then Dan comes out smiling. I mean, that really does kind of help the vibe and the environment of the place. And it sets a tone before you come in of welcome.
Yep.
Yeah, that's always been how it is anytime I'm on go to a show that Perch is at. Yep.
Oh man, I appreciate that perspective. Guys mentioned earlier, a team like the Krusty Krew has been, at it since 2018. January of 2018 is when I started, and I started in West Allis, Wisconsin. A lot of legends came up through there, and the heart of Milwaukee and southeastern Wisconsin. And I've started every single show that same way, just welcoming people in, and we're all in there together. And whether I'm a student or just setting up and tearing down the ring or performing, or know some crazy stuff about the show, and just no matter what, always taking it from that same mentality as day one, because I love sharing that excitement and getting hyped with the fans, because that's all of us and represents each one of us. whether we all come from a different walk of life, but we all
True.
decided to make it into that line that day. And whether you're in that line for an hour or all day or 10 minutes or showing up after, I like to be there to greet as many people as I can, because we're all in it together, sharing it, and gives me inspiration too and motivation. I love getting excited and feeling the anticipation with everybody. So I like feeling it and really feeling the salt of the earth from around the world when we get to travel. It allows me to touch base with everybody in different cultures, different nationalities. We may speak different languages, but we all understand emotions and we all get pro wrestling, and it's a way to tell the language. So I love sharing those moments. Thank you guys for even referencing it. That's a joy I always love.
You're still getting messages coming in of just love and appreciation, but really, someone said the ultimate hype man. Havoc, TJ at Havoc Pro Wrestling said they were hyping you up in AC for Fight Club and homecoming weekends. The Havoc Pro crew loves and appreciates you, Dan, the referee man.
Appreciate it. Much love, guys, and I love it representing. From town to town. I come from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and Midwest, and I enjoy good people and sharing genuine moments. So a lot of times I love to even volunteer to work at the door and do tickets, because that allows me to be up there and see everybody and help out the show. So it's always a great time before, during, and after an event. So much love to everybody, and just know that I love seeing you guys no matter where we're at, anywhere in the world. Coming there for a show is always the best. Happy show day.
Wow. Go ahead, buddy.
I was just gonna go to the match. I don't even think I said my notes real fast.
No.
I just thought this was a good match. As another George, another special, but once again, Evans just shines. I think he's so incredibly unique. In every match, he's doing different moves and stuff that we've never seen before. So once again, I agree, Evans. Even when we get him in these short spurts, it's so awesome to have him. But selfishly, I want to see him more. KJ coming out and attacking Joey's arm. Hate to say it, but it did please me, as it does kind of feel like KJ is going to maybe bring the bad boy out of the bad boy Joey Janela, and this is far from over, hopefully. And at least KJ didn't interrupt you guys' pre-show. I guess that's a good thing.
No.
Well, yeah, he needed to stay his cover, because otherwise, we'd have known he was there.
Yeah, so now that it's all passed, we would have loved to had him on, but he had an unscheduled run-in, so we couldn't technically, you know what I mean, bring him on the show and be like, hey. Yeah. I said hello for you. He mumbled curses under his breath.
Ditto.
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever. I was in the Priscilla Kelly line the whole time, so I guess I didn't miss anything.
True.
All right, our next match was a tag team match, as it was the Brothers of Funstruction going against Epic Shit.
So I'll just run down both teams real quick, but this is Perch's first match of the night, so I can't wait to talk about this one. All right, so Brothers of Funstruction, Ruffo and Yabo the Clown, 3-time JCW Tag Team Champions totaling 996 days, 2-time Freelance Underground Tag Team Champions totaling 875 days. Importantly, GCW Tag Team Champions, being the only team to hand Bustah and Brain a championship loss to date. This will be Funstruction's 7th match at GCW and their first appearance since losing the GCW Tag Team Championships. Now on to Epic Shit. This is the team of Rob Shit and the Epic. This is the first time this team has been together. However, this will be Rob Shit's 23rd appearance in a GCW ring. He's only won one singles match at GCW and once on JCW as the leader of Team Shitheads. Shit is mostly a Southwest US guy, but he occasionally steps on a plane when Brett calls. The Epic is a gentleman who pulled Rampage Jackson's son, Raja Jackson, from wrestler Psycho Stu during that now famous video where Raja attacked him. I saw the Epic around the UCC the last time GCW was there a couple months ago, but he never wrestled. Between Rob Shit and the Epic, I feel like we have a really enjoyable face team here. But I'm going to stop there because we had another performer in this match. I want to talk about Dan Perch. This was your first match of the night, Dan. And this was such a very interesting dynamic because we've only had the Brothers of Funstruction a couple times, but we have this Epic Shit, this new team. And I wanted to talk to you about, you know, did you have any difficulties whatsoever in navigating a new team, or even with the Brothers of Funstruction where you're trying to navigate with a team you're not as familiar with?
Yeah, great question. Because the dynamic of a tag team with four, people who've never worked with each other before, you can present, opportunities or difficulties. In this case, knowing, the Brothers of Funstruction and knowing Rob and Epic, like you mentioned, was their last time helping out and getting to meet everybody for, a possible opportunity. And he worked hard and he earned the opportunity right here. And it was very cool to see. And to be put in there with three individuals who I've worked with before, being Rob and Ruffo and Yabo, it really put Epic in a great position to try and learn and grow from that moment. Rob is someone who's been jumping on the opportunity whenever he can to make the most out of those opportunities. And I've really seen him learn over, you mentioned 20 plus appearances. I've seen a lot of growth in that time. And to see Rob in, just a couple days ago, he's performing the best he's ever performed, in my opinion. So it really put Epic in a good spot. And he was in the best position to succeed that night with all four people. So I saw a tag team in Ruffo and Yabo who came in and, they started to work their matches and had a feud with Bustah and the Brain, and they won the titles. Those are GCW World Tag Team Champions, and you can't take that away from them. So they are reputable. They've been at it for a long time. They've been helping form and, teach students in the Midwest for a long time. When I first started coming up and traveling from Milwaukee, Illinois was a spot that I would travel to right away. And I got to work with Ruffo in particular, all the way back in probably 2018. And then those two as a tag team through lucha matches in Chicago to the Freelance Underground era. A couple of people I've learned from a lot over the past 8 years. So again, knowing Rob coming into this match is probably, a few years in, 3, 4, 5 years in. He's looking to have someone lend their hand to him so he can work up to their level. Meanwhile, he had a partner where he was able to kind of extend the hand to him a little bit and allow him to work up to all of their levels. And that's not by any means, you learn everything in pro wrestling. A show like Game Changer Wrestling, we've got 9, 10 matches on a show. It's a variety, my goodness. You get the opening match, like a Bustah and the Brain, putting together some of the most intricate moments in pro wrestling you can get. You're also going to have a match like this, where it is heavily relying on characters, and it's giving that Los Angeles crowd a show. Meanwhile, it's helping everybody kind of work up and step their game up, and it allowed the clowns to really lead it like former GCW world champions, and they handled business inside that ring. And they hopefully taught a lesson in the process to Rob and Epic, and showing them that, man, pro wrestling is storytelling, and we can make it what we want. And those guys are great characters. All 4 are great characters. And yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed. I'm all about the different styles of pro wrestling, and yeah, I think those 4 really matched up well, and we're able to tell the good old classic pro wrestling story to a Los Angeles audience, and I was enjoying every moment of it.
So I have never asked this question of any referee, and it just came up to me, and I want to talk to you about this. In this match, it seemed like the brothers of Funstruction, who are normally heels, were cheered, and the epic shit who should have been cheered were booed. I want to ask you how much you have to change up your style of operation, your mode of operation, when the heel face dynamic switches. And how do you, you have to be strict with the heel. I don't know how to answer this question, but I want to just kind of ask you, when you see that face heel dynamic switch, how much change do you have to make to your approach to the match and to the wrestlers?
Yeah, the safest way to do it is call it right down the middle, and that's the way I handle it. That way, I can be the barometer to allow performers to know how far they can go one way or the other. So if I handle it and call it right down the middle, and treat the match justly, treat people fairly inside there, that's the best I can do. So that's how I try to handle it, as opposed to lean into any one way or the other. Just try to call it right down the middle and as genuine as possible. And
pure neutrality.
And a good amount of leniency out there as well, from the perspective of a referee, like Mills Lane in Celebrity Deathmatch. I'll allow it. So I'll call it right down the middle, and there is a line that can be crossed, but also with GCW, we'll let the stories play out.
Heck yeah! All right, well, back to the match here. Brothers of Funstruction went over with the fans. Epic shit just got booed. I can't really say much more about it. I was floored, honestly. I actually turned to my wife. I'm like, is this really what's gonna happen here? It did. Funstruction's facial expressions and gimmicks were fun, and the LA crowd ate them up, especially when one of the brothers had extendable arms. I'm trying to have some fun here, was something that you could hear one of the brothers say, and he challenges the Epic for a fist fight. He sells the shit out of some of the punches. Fans liked it. And being up close, I noticed there's a lot of performative nuances that aren't seen unless you're paying attention. The Fortnite dance was funny. Epic takes the popcorn to the face. Big props for brothers doing the bushwhackers, stomping around the ring and then ending with the whoop whoop. Nice callback for an old guy like me who knows who the bushwhackers are. Jordan Castle said he gets old school vibes from Epic shit, and I have to agree. I feel some 80s, 90s vibes that are built in there. Ruffo throws in an emergency kit and pulls out 2 rubber chickens. They are tickling shit with chickens. I've never been chicken tickled, but it sounds naughty. I thought the match was over when Epic hit the razor's edge and shit followed with a Macho Man elbow. It didn't happen that way. They attempted it again and Yabo broke it up. Pops a balloon in Epic's face, performs a stomp out, and covers him for 3. So our winners in this match are the Brothers of Funstruction. I just wrote in my final note, I feel I'm right about both teams being something that could be more permanent at GCW, especially bolstering that lighter tag team division. Both teams had strong energy and personality, and all 4 have good size physically, and all are experienced and capable. I would try to maybe build my card around tag teams like that if the tag team division was my focus. Thoughts, guys?
Well, unfortunately, it seems like the live crowd at home had the issue of Triller going out during this match. So a lot of them have not seen this match, and that's a shame because especially since the Funstruction brothers were actually cheered, it was almost like seeing a new tag team since they were now playing faces unexpectedly. I think a lot of what they did worked well as baby faces, and I want to see more of babyface Funstruction. I was also happy that they
Same.
did not run back Buster in the Brain versus Funstruction like I feared they would until they announced Krusty Krew. I think that's a stale combination. Let's get them against new people. We'll revisit Funstruction as contenders later on. But yes, I definitely want to see more babyface Funstruction if it's in the cards.
I just wanted to mention here, a couple people were saying they weren't able to see it because it dropped out there. Yes, the way Ash is smart enough to do the backup, he's able to replace that lost footage on the replay. So if there's anything you ever miss live, which is unfortunate, but it does happen, you're able to catch that on the replay. So you can watch that just a little bit, maybe even the next day, just give Ash enough time to put in that missing footage. But yeah, if something's ever missed, you will find that within 24 to 48 hours in the replay in full.
Yeah, I wrote, like, what is this match? Once again, the contrast in styles played out perfectly. I thought this match ruled. And as Perch was saying, the kind of character work and the facial expressions for me from both teams, I think was brilliant in this one and added so much fun to this match. And I thought this, for the matchup of styles, these two delivered good one. And I agree with you, Screwball, as well. I'm glad that we got to see Brothers of Funstruction wrestle against a different tag team and showcase a face version that I don't think, as you guys were saying, they probably were expecting going into this match. So seeing them work a different style was fun to watch.
Yeah, I hope they bring merch back next time because I think they would have done business that night.
Yep. Our next match was for the GCW Ultraviolet Championship as Matt Tremont defends it against Damian 666.
So we haven't seen Damian since the senior scramble at Joey Janela's Spring Break 9. Damian has been wrestling for 43 years. He's an 18-time champion, with his longest title reign being 1,227 days as the WWA World Trios Champion. His son is Bustah 666, who's tearing it up on the scene right now with 16 championships to his name. Now on to Matt Tremont. Excuse me. Matt has held his UV championship for 322 straight days and has defended it 23 times. His defense in this title run specifically has been instant classics. He's also an 18-time champion. He's captured all 4 of the GCW championships at one time or another throughout his career. Matt has been getting the hero's welcome wherever he goes, and his matches usually close out the shows. The fans had streamers ready for Tremont, but Damian jumped the gun and attacked him before we could throw them. Eventually, someone threw theirs, and everyone decided, yep, now's the time, and that's exactly what we did. Huge credit to everyone who helped clean up the UCC from the streamers. That was incredibly responsible. And as you could see on air, there were a whole bunch of us involved to make sure that the GCW team didn't have to worry about those streamers after the match. We were also very aware that liquids plus streamers, the color can leak onto the floor. So quite a few times you could see people actually scrubbing and rubbing the floor with their foot or with a flag, even trying to clean up any marks so that GCW didn't have to incur any charges for the cleaning of the floor. 61 years of experience between both men. This match was more of a slow burn, and it played into Damian's strengths. Their match went instantly outside. Both set up chairs in the crowd and decided in minute 2 they were going to have a sit-down, punch-out bar fight. We have a garbage can used as a weapon early. Damian is spitting Modelo in Matt's eyes. Now, a spot I needed to discuss for just a moment. During the match here, a man had to help his son out of his wheelchair because Damian had walked Matt 20 feet around the ring so he could wrestle beside the kid. I consider the kid and dad a friend of mine when we go to the shows. So I would just say, if you have the opportunity, which, just wrestle 5 feet to the left so that this gentleman doesn't have to take his kid out of his wheelchair. And again, that's a fantastic fan, both of them, and we love them a lot. So just want to take care of them.
I sat next to them during the show, and it
fantastic,
was
right?
Respectful. Like, even when I bought before the show my Vengador poster, and like they were making sure that it stayed pristine.
Oh yeah, and the kid's fantastic. The dad is wonderful. He takes his kid to all these wrestling shows around the country, outside of the country. So yeah, I've never really said too much in a long time, but yeah, maybe it's just, I don't know, but just go 5 feet to the left, and then you won't ever have a problem. It took almost 7 minutes for the fight to get to the ring. That's when Tremont grabbed his fork and started carving his forehead. Fans were chanting over here. They were sick. We were one of them. We had a box of barbed wire Christmas ornaments come out. Fans were chanting deck the halls. Both men felt the barbed wire firsthand. Tremont with another Abdullah elbow. Matt brings a door. He puts Damian through the door and covers him for 3. Our winner here was Matt Tremont. I just wrote that this match was for Matt, and I respect that I was there live to see him check a goal off of his list. Fans also showered the ring with money and respect at the end. And with Damian and Matt Tremont, where they are in their careers, give it to them in handfuls. What do you guys think?
It's just an honor to see Damian 666 live, a guy that I was watching 25 years ago when I started watching wrestling on Nitro. So, incredible to meet the legend, take a photo with the legend, and watch him wrestle live, even in the twilight of his career. Just, great experience. Definitely glad. And also at this point at Tremont's run, like he's beaten everyone. So let's throw him an off the wall contender right before NGI just to see what happens.
What do you think, Pete?
Yeah, I thought this match was just perfect for the LA fans. And as you were saying, for Tremont to kind of get that special match against Damian 666. I thought both got creative. And while this match wasn't as bloody as I was kind of expecting and maybe hoping for, I thought it was still a great crowd pleaser and another successful title defense for Tremont.
Yeah, and shout out to Matt Tremont. He is a top-level performer going out there week in and week out. He's been a trainer in his time. He's been a top-level tournament winner. He's been an up-and-comer, the next big thing. He's been retired, and he is currently the reigning, defending GCW Ultraviolent champion and defending it so well, raising the bar, and again, really setting the tone in this modern generation with the level of experience and knowledge that he has, bringing in top-level competitors to go against, whether it's a legend or an up-and-comer or someone trying to prove a point or tell their story. Matt Tremont is able to tell a story and work a match with absolutely anybody. And for his title reign to be as strong as it is right now, and for him to be a veteran in the locker room who I can put my gear bag next to and learn from no matter what, a true professional by all levels. So to see him representing, hardcore pro wrestling or ultra-violent pro wrestling or even just pro wrestling in general, he can work a match with anybody and is proving that he can and is. So I love working with him, and when it comes to setting up matches, he'll always be precise, and I like to be precise with stuff, so we're able to execute and put each other in the best position to succeed. and yeah, someone who I very much value being in the locker room. And a big part of what makes Game Changer Wrestling so special is to have the influence from so many individuals who represent not only their style or their genre, but represent professional wrestling as a whole to the highest of their ability from different regions all over the world. So the culture that we get and influence from Matt Tremont right now is awesome, and it's cool to be a part of and to see it and to watch it play out.
Nice. These are complete answers. I don't even know how to come back with it. I'm like, damn, that was well said. I mean,
just listening to it. Yep.
I'm enjoying this. All right. Anything else we wanted to talk about in that match here?
No, I think I got everything.
Yeah, just the perfect, just like one shot defense right before we find out who his next really big opponent from the roster is.
Yes. That one's going to be an interesting question there. Our next match was a 6-man tag team lucha match, as it was Los Desperados teaming with Vengador going against Briante, Rey Horus, and Spiderfly.
Alrighty here. So I don't want to go into anything about the wrestling performers until I talk about how Dan Perch handled the chaos in this match. Okay. So let's talk about a couple of the things that may kind of come into play here. Do you know Spanish or no?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Were you able to communicate enough in Spanish with the performers, or did you have Gringo or someone else kind of work with you on that?
Yeah, I can hold my own when it comes to working with luchadors. Mm-hmm.
I was just curious because between that and the fact that we had 6 flippy flying luchas rolling around on the ring,
Yeah.
I mean, how did you even know where to, you're like, okay, well, whoever's in the ring is going to get my attention. Like, what do you do?
Yeah, so this happened to be a trios match, 3-on-3, 3 luchadors, some from the United States, some from Mexico, from all over. And when they are in full luchador attire, they are superstars, superheroes. It's incredible, doing stuff that you couldn't just see on a regular Tuesday night or a Wednesday afternoon as you're going to the grocery store. It's like lucha libre is truly right out of the comic books and right in front of you on a stage, and that stage being the ring. Or in Vikingo and Gringo's case, that time the stage being Cork and Hall, and the stands that Vikingo jumped off of. But yeah, so when it comes to a trios lucha match and one of this caliber at the UCC in Los Angeles, where the crowd loves lucha libre, so special to be a part of. I've handled probably numerous lucha matches at the UCC in the past, and I love every one. Every match has a rhythm and a heartbeat and a different pace to it. And I like to think of it, everyone likes different music. And sometimes wrestlers think, or they listen to music before the show, or
Yeah.
you listen to a music pregame. And when it comes to lucha match, sometimes it's Latin music or Spanish music. It's got a different rhythm, a different beat, different pace. So to be able to kind of set my body to that pace and that rhythm, it allows, I guess, I'm a little more receptive to the style and the culture that they come from and why they perform the way they do. And that translates to my pro wrestling instincts, to have a little bit of preparation, and the instincts kick in and the intuition kicks in. So understanding where the performers come from, mixed with my own abilities, is what allows myself to have an idea of where to move and how to work around, as well as working lucha libre in Chicago for many years. It's a great community in the Chicago region and all around the state of Illinois, even up to Milwaukee a little bit too. But working lucha shows and knowing that when a lucha show says it starts at 5:30, it probably starts around 7-ish.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's indie wrestling, but that's especially lucha right there.
So after years of working lucha shows, you get the hang of it. And Gringo Loco has been there from day one. So to be there with Gringo, and he's introduced me to these luchadors in months past and in years past. And as far as GCW is going, they're bringing in the top level luchadors around the world, and the up and coming stars and the ones who have already established themselves as well. So to have this match where they were really trying to highlight a handful of technicos, they really stepped up to the plate and knocked it out of the park. Ray Horace, no stranger to Game Changer Wrestling, especially in SoCal, San Diego even too. So when Gringo and Ray Horace match up, that's like a matchup that transcends time. That's a rivalry or a matchup or a feud that'll be going for years and years across different states, countries, regions. So to get it mixed in with, 4 other individuals, it was wonderful. Great emotional storytelling mixed with high flying, fast paced, high impact lucha libre. It was sweet.
Yeah, and I should point out, Horace and Gringo are actually going to be teaming up for the first time next month around your neck of the woods in Warrior Wrestling. That was just announced over the weekend.
Yeah, again, the connection continues, and Arez as well, and we give our best to him. And sometimes they're enemies, sometimes they're partners. I love the art of luchadors and the way they can tell a story, no matter what they're doing. It's going to be high impact wrestling.
Well, then I'll get into a little bit of this one here. My notes on Briante Jr. and Vengador are very light, if any at all, only because they're new to me. I'm being fair. And again, very excited because, hey, maybe found some new wrestlers I like. And I feel like I came out of that in this one here. So Briante Jr., I think, got changed out for Flamita, correct? Does that sound correct?
I don't know off the top of my head, to be honest with you.
Okay, because I believe Flamita was in this, and I think he replaced Briante Jr., but I'm not 100%. I'll go into this, though, and we'll see what's going on. So Gringo, 25 years in the business. That Saturday match was his 175th match at GCW, his 21st of the year, and his 45th match as one of Los Desperados. He's currently the Warrior Wrestling Lucha Champion for 988 days and the Demand Royal Canadian Tag Team Champion with Arez 624 days. I echo Perch. All of us do here. Please get well soon, Arez. On to Jack Cartwheel. This will be Jack's 12th run as a Desperado since he first joined up at GCW's Rather You Than Me from Tampa, Florida on May 3rd, 2024. Jack has seen tremendous success since he's joined the WWE program, and we've been cheering him on the whole way. I feel we're lucky to still have Jack available at GCW shows, so enjoy him while you can. We love seeing him live. On to Spiderfly. Has been wrestling since 2019. Since then, he's racked up 388 wrestling matches. He's mainly seen at International Wrestling Revolution Group in Mexico. He's a 3-time champion and the current IWRG Tag Team Champion with Noisy Boy as the Mexa Boys, running 340 days. Spider debuted at GCW on October 19, 2024 at GCW's Blood on the Hills 3 from right there at the UCC in Los Angeles, California. He lit it up then. He also lit it up in this match. Lastly, Ray Horace. Ray was trained by Rey Mysterio. He's been in the business for 18 years. Tonight will be his 10th appearance at GCW. Sorry, that was tonight when I did the kickoff here. We last saw him in March at the Coldest Winter. Ray's an 8-time champion. His longest title reign was also his most recent, the ROH World 6-Man Tag Team Champion with Bandito and Flamita as the Mexa Squad for 405 days. The tag rules, for some reason, were actually followed early in this match, which kind of brought structure to things under the Lucha rules, but it devolved quickly. Fast-paced action, and same as before. Once everyone got warmed up, it was move after move after move. This was an athletic clinic on luchador action. Vengador was incredibly impressive, and I see why he was immediately booked for 5 dates. I'm really looking forward to seeing what he did here. Our winners in this one, Los Desperados and Vengador with a Jack Cartwheel corkscrew shooting press. My last notes here, they don't do it justice. This match is incredible. I feel this is probably, if not maybe the second or the match of the night. Please go watch it. I saw probably 4 or 5 moves I've never seen before. I've been watching wrestling for a very long time. Fans pounded the ring afterwards. Flamita was praying before and after the match in the ring. I actually liked that and appreciated it for what it was. I think respectfulness and thankfulness go a long way, and it was something he did privately on the side. So I give him credit for that. That's my extensive notes, guys. What were your takeaways from this very large match?
I'll tell you this. I spent a lot of time on the kickoff talking about Vengador and a little bit of time on Briante Jr. But the one that really impressed me in this match was Spiderfly. Like, him in particular, I noticed was in the mix a lot on some of the higher risk spots, and he was smooth. Like, I came away from this match wanting to see more of Spiderfly more than anyone else, but even then, like all 6 of them were on their game. And, this is UCC Lucha. It's some of the best wrestling I'll see live at any time. Like, anytime we get to see a trios match, a Lucha trios match, it's always special here.
What do you think, B?
I just thought it was a good Lucha match. I every time Gringo's in there with an LA with a bunch of luchadors, I know it's gonna be crazy. This one was once again, perfect for the LA crowd to. Because I think last time we were in LA, there wasn't really a lucha match that night, right? If I remember correctly, I think it was just I don't think Lucha Gringo was there at the last LA show. I can't remember, but anytime LA.
No. That's the show. This is funny thing. Gringo goes to a festival every year, and that LA show runs into the festival every year. And he's like, I'd love to be there, but this is his me time.
Yeah, and then Arez was originally scheduled too, but unfortunately his injury prevented that. So yeah, there wasn't Lucha at Homecoming, unfortunately.
Yeah, so for me, I think it was great for the fans to get the Lucha. And once again, we get these new names, and it's always fun to see all these new names come in and shine. That's how we got Commander, Vikingo, and I want to see some more Spiderfly. Spiderfly for me was the one that shined in this one.
Yeah, and I'm also remembering the first time he was here, he was with Epidemius Jr., which is another guy that I want to see as well.
Yeah, I couldn't remember like one of those Epidemus. That was a crazy one. Next match was Priscilla Kelly versus Vipress.
Priscilla Kelly, currently working with MLW. She's a 6-time champion and the current AWF Women's Champion. Earlier this year, she celebrated 10 years in the business. Congratulations. Priscilla has been a mainstay at WWE since January 1st of 2021, where she wrestled 102 matches. Fun fact, she did have one match 3 years ago in the WWE on August 8th, 2018 at the Mae Young Classic against Deonna Purrazzo. This will be Priscilla's 7th match at GCW, but her first time in front of a GCW crowd. I think I wrote that wrong. And she had to face one of LA's own in her own backyard in Vipress. I wrote here, Vipress is LA through and through. When traveling into LA, you have to check in with Vipress. This will be her 12th appearance for GCW. She's a 3-time champion, and there's 2 noteworthy ones here. The Hood Slam Golden Gig Champion, 546 days, and the Shine Tag Team Championship with Chelsea Durden and Kelsey Reagan as the Coven, 525 days. I was looking forward to seeing how hard Priscilla leads into the booze here, because I was automatically figuring Vipress was going to be our face. The match started very fast paced. There were multiple attempts at pins early, only amount to 1 counts. Priscilla hits that lower rope drop kick, sending Vipress out the ring and onto the floor. Priscilla topes onto the floor, and Vipress is throwing a chair at Kelly, then suplexes her onto the floor. Priscilla is riding on the bike, which was considered a little rude. Vipress knocks her off of it with another chair to the face. Next, we have several minutes of solid wrestling. Priscilla with several Koata kicks to the head. Priscilla speaks to one of the ring crew, and he goes to the back. Out comes a glass pane, and you could audibly hear the anticipation rise in the UCC. Also, if you've ever not heard what an organic crowd gasp sounds like, you'll get it if you go back and listen to it. Priscilla places it in the corner. There's also a door prop there, and Vipress speared Priscilla through the door. Vipress pulls out 2 chairs, makes a glass bridge. Both performers go up top. Vipress unfortunately goes through the glass with a power bomb. Priscilla covers for 3. Our winner, Priscilla Kelly. But in the end of this, I feel that the one that came out with the most was Vipress. Also, this was the match that may have confirmed she's dipping her toe into the hardcore / ultraviolent scene. And I know we wanted to maybe talk about that. What do you guys feel about this match?
I mean, yeah, just the moment when that glass came out, like that took everyone for a loop. We kind of knew Vipress was going to be trying to do a little bit of hardcore, maybe even deathmatch. It's something she has hinted on social media doing. But when we saw that glass, it was like, not only because LA star for glass, we've only had it once in the last few years, and the fact that it means it might become a show staple now, that alone was exciting. But the fact that it was Vipress that took it, it may be a little bit too early to talk about NGI or TOS, but let's get her against some of our deathmatch folks. Let's get her maybe on that Berwyn Eagle show coming up. Let's explore this.
I'll counter you for fun. just for fun. I like that she's going in slowly.
Oh yeah, no.
We've had a couple people go in too fast, and then they end up getting judged for it.
Yeah, like it's a bit of a slow build, but
You're ready.
Personally, I'm ready to see Vipress on a majority of those dates upcoming that are on that graphic. I think she's maybe earned a spot, at least temporarily in the rotation for now.
I definitely think after this weekend, yeah, she definitely earned a spot in the rotation. Where did this match come from? This was one of those ones, like, I thought it would be a good match, a good showcase for both of them, but the glass and everything else in this match, wow. That was like, did not expect it. Awesome job from Vipress. Like, we shouted out Priscilla Kelly last one, but Vipress, this one was the one that's like, she belongs. Like, she
know, this actually reminded me of a moment when someone actually got on the rotation. Alley Cat 2020 versus Mance Warner. This was an equivalent moment at Run Ricky Run.
Wow.
Yeah, she took an ass kicking though in that match. I mean, so did Viper in this one. That was a different breed there. Yeah, I definitely, I don't know if I'd go full death match either with Vipress. I think it is cool that she did it here and there, but I don't know if that's what she fully intends to do. But from what she just did in this little short span was impressive, and would like to see her, if that's what she wants, to get back there. If not, just to see her crazy side in GCW, I want to see more of.
Yeah, it's just the end of the match where she got the standing O, pretty much paralleled Allie getting the standing O against Mance in 2020. And sure enough, Allie ended up dipping her toes into deathmatch a little bit more after that. She was in TOS that year in the pandemic. So maybe that's a little bit of a parallel.
Dan, I'm going to ask you a very simple question. I don't think I've asked you this yet, but since we're talking about it, are you going to be at NGI?
No, I don't believe I will be at NGI this year. This will be the first one that I'm missing in quite some time.
Oh, no kidding.
We'll have reputable referees on hand and good staff, and yeah, everyone will be in place as needed.
Well, you're blowing up my brackets. I had you to be the winner this year.
This year I'm taking her home. No,
By the way,
unfortunately won't. But as far as it goes, death matches in particular. And that genre of wrestling, ultra violence, is an art that I take very seriously, and have been blessed to work at at the highest level around the world for several years, and it's been incredible to represent death matches in Cork and Hall, to the main events of tournaments here around the world and around the country, and double cage matches and crazy ultra violence with cultures and nationalities from all over. The ultra violence I'm stepping a little bit back from because the light tubes in particular really wreak havoc on my lungs as an asthmatic. So it's tough for me to recover. Weeks and months, maybe like a couple weeks after. It takes me a long time to recover from a match that has a lot of light bulbs in it. So tournaments and stuff I'm slowing away from, but that doesn't come from stepping away from it. It comes from I've earned a lot of stripes in the deathmatch world, and will continue to represent it at the highest level. But once in a while, I'll have to step away from it for my own health. When it comes to a death match, you want any weapons? Great, I'll be there for you. Pane of glass, cool. I'll be prepared. Fire will be well prepared as well. I've seen it go the other way many times, but always prepared, always. But when it comes to the certain light bulb in particular, that's a weapon I can't be around. So I hope everybody the best and wish the best as it comes to it. And also, I'll be a college student coming up. So there'll be a bunch of shows that I'll have to probably ease away from for a little bit, but I've always had an open door policy, which is wonderful. And, you guys understand it. Our fans understand it.
Yes.
When we show up, we're always there with the most respect and representing our fandom and our jobs at the highest level. But when you can't make a show, that's just all right as well, because we know that our team is repping it, and they just as well have you there. But we know that we're strong enough to go on without any one of us. So, yep, there'll be a few shows that I won't be able to make upcoming, but no, thank you guys. I'm looking forward to learning more. I remember being at Cork and Hall in particular during Mander's first June Akiyama match, and being on commentary with the headset on, and sitting near Brett and Ash, and really just loving that moment. So that may have been one of the cherries on top to make me take the steps, but I want to pursue broadcasting and journalism and communications, and I want to learn that role at the highest level, because in pro wrestling, to be able to be on a headset at Cork and Hall, well, reffing matches too, like that was a fulfillment at the highest level in pro wrestling. So I want to take like an ounce of that and see where I can go with that in the real world, outside of wrestling, and study it. And one day, who knows, bring it back to pro wrestling. My goodness, I've always looked up to broadcasters and commentators just as much as referees and wrestlers. And so, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. But that means I'm going to have to probably step away from the performing aspect a little bit, but I'll still be there to represent. And there'll be some Midwest shows coming up, and big Ultra Violence coming up at the Berwyn Eagles Club. I'll be there to represent in lieu of the NGI. So for all those who will be there for the Ultra Violence, you'll be able to catch me at the Berwyn Eagles Club coming up here.
So it's safe to say that the tubes are the hardest part about a death match for you, primarily.
Well, there's different aspects to it, really. Every death match proposes different levels of threat, whether that's to the audience, to me, to the competitors, to anybody. But I would say the most impactful on my health directly is the light bulbs. So it's not that it's more or less dangerous than anything, because just as much stuff can be safe or unsafe in the moment, depending on who's in there and who's performing. But no matter what happens in a ring, it doesn't usually stick with me until after. But the effects of that somehow messes with my asthma, and yeah, it lingers around. So when I'm out there, I don't put it in front of mine. I throw caution to the wind. I throw my own health caution to the wind, because I'm full send, 110% invested. So I'm not thinking about those effects during the match. It's only when the lights are off and I'm in my car on my way to work or on my way to school on a Tuesday afternoon or something, where it's like, dang, that really does hurt in effect. So yeah, it takes every match we do takes a little piece of each one of us for performing it the right way. So it's for the love and the respect of it that we continue to show up and represent our sport. So yeah, Ultra Violence are matches that are just as well a genre of pro wrestling. And I have enjoyed learning it and studying it and performing it alongside the top level performers in the world. Crazy Monkey, Takeda, JWM, Matt Tremont, Nick Gage. There's endless amounts of the greatest performers. And we'll get to it coming up, but this is just to intro how much those matches really do mean to me, as well as any style of pro wrestling. And coming into it, I didn't know much about ultraviolet matches, so I learned a lot of it from a man named Dysfunction in Milwaukee, as well as Game Changer Wrestling and performers from Game Changer Wrestling.
Wow. Well, first thing I want to say is we're cheering you on for schooling. It's not easy. And as long as you keep a strong passion, you're going to be in a great position to succeed. And you're a smart guy. You're well-paced. I think you're going to do fine. Just keep your head down and remember in difficult times that it's worth it. And you'll do fine.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you.
Was there anything else you guys wanted to say about match 6 before we go to our 3-way?
No, I'll head right into the 3-way.
Rock and roll.
Next match was Starboy Charlie versus Bobby Flaco versus Kobre.
So this match was a surprise. It was unannounced, and we did not know it was coming. Kobre, I think is the best way to say it. Very new to me. I like what he had to offer. Agile, quick, flippy. Reminds me of Ninja Mac in his earlier days. Bobby was a surprise. I wish I knew he was there before the show. I actually thought he was still out of the country. He was very pivotal in this match as a disruptor. There's no better word for it. Also, if you have a chance, check out his travel vlog on YouTube. It is excellent. Starboy was as solid as always. I see good things for him down the road. He's given us solid matches at every UCC show. And at some point, I hope others pay more attention to him. Our winner in this match, Starboy Charlie, with a shooting star press and cover for 3. I just wrote, let's talk about giving Kobre another chance at GCW. He shows a lot of promise. I feel he's only getting better. And I'll throw it back to you guys with this 3-way here. Rather short match, less than 8 minutes.
Yeah, Kobre is one of those names I've seen in print, but hasn't really made it up to Vegas yet. So it was my first time getting eyes on him. Definitely could use another Kobre appearance here. I'd like to see how he mixes up with one of our locals, JKM.
Okay.
That would be.
I see that.
Match. Yeah, I thought this was just a good match to kind of showcase Kobre, but to get Starboy and Bobby Flaco on the card. But that was a good one. JKM would be a good match there. Yeah, Flaco did post on, I think, Instagram that he would be at the show, so I kind of knew something was coming, and we saw Starboy work the merch table before the show, so we kind of knew he would be there. I was almost surprised that they didn't end up in the pre-show match, so they kind of did a singles match instead of a scramble, so I don't know if that was the plan to begin with, or if they just always thought of this, but yeah, it was good seeing new face in Kobre and some familiar faces in Starboy and Bobby Flaco. Perch, any comments on Bobby Flaco? How he just pops up out of nowhere? We never know when we're going to expect Bobby Flaco.
Yeah, I would say, much like the popping up out of nowhere. As a referee, I'm always going from one end of the locker room to the next, to the venue, making 100 stops throughout the day. So when it comes to any locker room around the world, you never know when you're going to see Bobby just there, and Bobby's here.
Bob's here, man.
and yeah, I have to stop and check and see where are we in the world right now, and this is awesome.
Yeah, if it's not him, it's Jeffrey John. Both will show up just about anywhere.
Yeah, they both they both show up ready and prepared, and they give it their best effort every time. And depending on what the night is and what's asked, they may be asked to do 100 things, or they may be asked to do a couple things, or a 3-way match, or a multi-man, or in Jeffrey John's case, last time that storyline he had in Japan, it was wild. Him versus Invisible Stan. that was something. So yeah, depending on where you're at in the world, showing up ready to perform goes a long ways.
Our next match was a death match, as it was Drew.
Nope. It's a fucking death match.
Sorry, that's
Yes, that alone popped the crowd when MLJ went with it. It's like, yes, we know it's about to go down, and we know glass can be used because
I was just gonna say you guys already saw glass already going into this match, so you knew it was gonna be crazy.
We were getting a true fucking death match.
I changed the notes. I changed the notes so it says fucking death match for you.
This is a fucking death match. Drew Parker versus Ciclope, and this is where my FOMO kicked in LA.
Okay, this was one hell of a match. So just like always, there's some copious notes here. Ciclope. Tonight will be Ciclope's 147th match at GCW. We haven't seen him in a little over a month. When he last fought Bear Bronson in Hartford at You Wouldn't Understand. Ciclope is one half of the team Los Macizos with his brother Miedo Extremo, who we do miss. Together, they've tagged in 14 championships, with one going over 1,162 days. It was their first run with the GCW Tag Team Champions. Go figure. Ciclope is tough, and he's going against a guy who uses darts as weapons. Speaking of Drew Parker, we've been trying to nail down Drew for an interview for the longest time. We did make a little bit of headway live in LA, but time zones aren't always easy to work around. Drew Parker's been at this since he was 14 years old. He's now 27 with 13 years experience. He's not just a deathmatch guy, but also a technician and a high flyer. Drew's a 26-time champion, with his most recent reign being the TNT Extreme Division champion. Got to give love to TNT. Before the match starts, a glass pane is propped in the corner, another pane on the mat. There's also a door propped in the corner, another on the floor. I see plenty of chairs. There was a solid wrestling exchange early. Both go to the outside. Drew was throwing darts into Ciclope's back. We started asking over here so we could see the darts, but it didn't happen. Eventually, Ciclope pushed a dart through Drew's mouth in a nasty spot, and then he was put through a glass pane head first. Now, this is where Dan Perch is involved. I honestly thought when Ciclope fell through the glass that he hit head first, and that was the wound. I saw you checked for a wound on his head, but how did you find the one on the hand? Did Ciclope show it to you, or did you see it first? Like, can you walk us through that injury and recovery?
Yeah, so when it comes to a death match and ultra violence in particular, we have to know what style of match we're in there for, whether it's glass, no glass, hardcore, or depending on the style. Also going to the knowledge and wisdom from Matt Tremont. He's one who always likes to write stuff down and let you know what weapons and where. I'm someone who always has a notebook, so I'm able to draw a diagram and a picture. So when it comes to these ultra-violent death matches, I want to make sure I know what the competitors want and where they want them, to give everybody the best position to succeed. So when it comes to the the weapons that we have, we make sure we get it to where we need, and it's done professionally. So having the good hands and good help on hand, we get all the weapons to the ring. I was able to put them in the right spots, and that gives me the idea of knowing where everything's at and where moments can happen and what could happen, or anticipate what may happen. So knowing the experience of working with both competitors who are two true pros, as well as the instruments we had inside the ring and the help we had ringside, everything plays a factor in those moments. So at moment of impact, when Ciclope goes through it, realizing where we're at, where everybody's at, as well as who's affected. If you catch that moment, again, going back to a random Tuesday afternoon, falling through a glass window, like someone on the streets, that's a panic moment. That's a trauma, real life, like, who do we call at this moment kind of moment. However, in GCW, best in the world, ultra violent death matches here, we're prepared with the knowledge from experience. So to be there with myself, as well as Scarlett ringside, and Ciclope and Drew Parker inside the ring, we all had complete calmness in the moment. It's hard to comprehend. Those who are studying pro wrestling can start to understand it, and those who have been in pro wrestling longer than I know it much more than I know it. But being able to study the theory of time and time in pro wrestling is wild. So to be able to have that moment where all conscious of awareness of what just happened and where it happened and who it happened with, how it happened, gives us complete calmness to explain what's up, what's happening. What do we have? That one was, in my mind, the Rolodex goes through. It's like Terminator mind. You see all the stuff that it rolls through, and it latches on to what this, then it goes to the next level, and this. So process of elimination, you figure out what's wrong, and what we need to do to address it, and how we need to handle the next moment and the next few moments. So in that moment, it was us working together to know what was happening. So your eyes, your ears, all senses, and like I mentioned earlier, being able to work with these wrestlers and be comfortable with them inside the ring and outside the ring goes so far. And
yeah,
my only interaction with Ciclope isn't 10 to 20 minutes inside the ring. It's an entire day's worth, or an entire weekend's worth. You get to know the people you're working with, because moments like this become as real as it gets. And pro wrestling is real, and moments like this are ultra real. So it's how we handle it in the moment and stay calm and facilitate. So between Drew being an absolute professional, Ciclope being an absolute professional, and we're talking about best deathmatch wrestlers in the world here. And again, I've seen just about this whole era, modern era, from even Alex Colon coming in with he introduced me to how to take care of wrestlers after matches, and how to prepare stuff and be prepared and meticulous about things, to Rena Yamashita repping that ultraviolent title for as long as she did, and raising the bar to the next level and showing me what pain really means to these wrestlers, and how you can walk into a hotel room after a show with sometimes your face hanging off. It's like legitimate. These people are next level toughness. It's something that I respect more than anything. And when you meet the true professionals, it really stands out and it really shows. So to be in there and to feel it in that moment, how professional Ciclope is and how professional Drew Parker is, we're able to facilitate that moment and understand what is wrong, how we can address it, what we have around us, how to get it addressed, how to let time pass to make sure we don't panic, how to stay calm, and how to make sure we address it with the right approach and the smart, logical approach in the moment. And that takes slowing time down. And it takes being in complete awareness of the moment with Drew, myself, Ciclope, anyone who I have on the ringside, in this case being Scarlett, who's got my back, and has got Ciclope and Drew's back, vice versa. We're all working for one another. So having tools that are ready, in this case being tape, glove, eyes, ears, mouth, we're able to stay in communication with one another and address the situation and proceed, and if necessary, readdress and prepared to readdress. But in some cases, we don't have to worry about it, and we continue and go on as it needs to. So complete communication, conscious of awareness, and level of comfort with the competitors that you're working with go so far in the role of refereeing and refereeing death matches. And the preparedness and experience is always changing. You're always learning from each experience, but no stranger to having to get people sealed up mid-match to continue, and to also have to call a match or readdress a situation and continue. And in this case, we addressed it and properly addressed it, and the match continued. And yeah, again, as a referee, it's all about before, during, and after, and the care that Scarlett and I were able to give to Ciclope after the match. We got him cleaned up, washed up, cared for, the proper treatment with the right first aid kits. We had an a bandage with little paw prints on it at the end of the night, and a nice little kit to go back with for after he gets it cleaned up. So again, it's about a level of care in that moment, as well as the after moments, which is the match and the before, during, and after the show. So it's an extension of for a few minutes. This is going to get pretty scary. We don't know what's going to happen, but it could get pretty scary. But I'm touching base with people hours before the show, hours before the match, just letting them know and feel comfortable that I'm going to be there for you with your best interest in mind, and we're going on soon, and I'll let you know when we're there. And again, we don't know what we're going to face, but we know that we're going to put ourselves in the best position that if we need to address something, we will. And it was evident to the crowd that they appreciated everything, and it felt great to see how hard they pushed themselves and were able to push themselves in that match. And it added to the heightened level of drama and intensity and everything that a death match is all about. So yeah, addressing that moment was all about being prepared, I would say, and being prepared and being calm.
Well, after you get that finally taken care of, because you were kind of almost on the spot for him for a little while there while you were handling business. And I've heard many times from many wrestlers that you're one of the most calm to deal with. Like, you're the one that says, look, you have an injury on your left finger. It's deep, but you're going to be okay. And then, you just kind of roll through it. And I've heard that a couple of times from different wrestlers, is the way you explain an injury or something to a performer is actually more of a calming way and more logical, so that they can process the information and keep moving on with their match if they see that it's not deemed fit to be fixed in any way. All right. So going back here, I can get off on this one. I can go on tangents here a lot, because there's some interesting questions that I've not asked tonight for sake of time. Ciclope pulls the dart out of Drew's mouth. The ring is covered in red glass. Ciclope starts rubbing Drew's forehead in glass, and he's cut. There's blood in Drew's eye, and he has the crimson mask. Ciclope brings out a barbed wire covered GCW pinata. He opens the pinata, and out comes thumbtacks. Ciclope opens the pinata. You can't do that. I'm laughing watching you while I'm trying to read. And out comes those. Yeah, so Drew's back is covered in tacks, both now shoving each other's heads onto the thumbtacks. Ciclope headbutting the thumbtacks into his own head. Moments later, Drew goes through a door. Blood is everywhere. Ciclope made a glass pane bridge, puts Drew through it with a second rope corkscrew. Ciclope calls for a ladder. Out comes at least a 12+ foot ladder. They put that in the ring, and boy, does it look tall. Ciclope and Drew fighting on top of the ladder. Ciclope sticks another dart in Drew's mouth, and then Ciclope falls to the ground. Drew Parker with a huge swanton and a cover for 3. Our winner in this one was Drew Parker. I wrote here the bloodiest match of the night. Okay, guys, what were your thoughts on this match?
Couple things. I'm sure Ciclope and ladders have a very interesting relationship in the UCC. Certainly the last time he was here, it was a very scary moment, but luckily he walked away from it, was selling autographs later, about 40 minutes after that bump. So good on him. And then it was also nice to finally see Drew Parker wrestle live. Me and myself in particular, some of those moments happened right before.
Brant also.
Yep.
Had multiple times trying to see him.
Yeah. And this was attempt number 3. The first one was in Vegas with the injury with Arez. Second time was earlier this year in LA. Same show as the ladder miscue with Ciclope. Ended up being Flaco in that spot. And coincidentally, it was also a match against Arez. But luckily this time we finally got to see Drew Parker live, and probably one of the best performances he's had at GCW this year.
Didn't he go online later and say that was, looking back after he woke up the next day, that was one of his favorite? Yep. There we go right there. Fajita Cologne said it. He tweeted the next day. That was his favorite match ever.
Yeah, that was the match that made me regret not going. That was great. Like when that match was booked, I was like, oh, I gotta go. But that was incredible, as you said, Screwball. Like I feel like Ciclope. This is why I kind of hope Viedo comes back into the fold here soon at some point. But I feel like we kind of wrote off Los Macizos and Ciclope, and I feel this is where I think that they still have value in GCW. Still could have crazy matches like this death match, and someone said earlier too. Mal Brooks, there we go. Yeah, so happy that Drew Parker decided to unretire and come back to deathmatch wrestling because I like it too, but I don't mind him showcasing his other styles as well. But this one was crazy for me. This was the match of the night for LA for me. Like I stopped taking notes after seeing all the craziness, and wow, those two killed it. And I knew it'd be good, but that was like NGI level good. Like that felt like there was something on the line with the way these two were going at it, and yeah, send a message to the rest of NGI with that performance. That was a good one, and hopefully Ciclope could find his way back into the ultraviolet scene here.
Yeah, it's like Macizos, once there's been a little bit more turnover in the tag division, I would love to see them make a run again. Right now, I'm actually kind of digging Ciclope as a singles competitor. Wouldn't mind actually seeing him having him run with the UV title. So I'm kind of good with it right now, but maybe a year from now, Los Macizos can ride once again.
Yes.
Yeah,
Fingers crossed.
Looking at the modern generation of professional wrestlers and ultraviolet wrestlers, and really feeling it during and after the fact, that Ciclope and Drew Parker are two of the absolute best in this generation and have been for a while, but they've been just building to their legacy that will continue to be looked upon as, holy smokes, these guys really transcended the art and hung in there through a lot of pain and learned from a lot of greats while studying a lot of greats. Well, they're, becoming, greats in the generation. So that was a cool one to feel, and it really transcended ultraviolence, and not one light bulb was harmed in the match. And it was the coolest damn match I think ever, that I've, one of the coolest matches I've ever been a part of. Being there for Drew Parker against Chris Brooks at Corkin Hall earlier in the year was an awesome moment to be a part of, and one of the most emotional matches I felt, and could feel the emotion of Drew really overcoming his own obstacles in his mind that he needed to get over. I can't even imagine the backstory that those two have together, but you knew there's something, and to see that he proved it on that night in Corkin Hall was special. And I got emotional from even being a part of that match, and to know that he really, set the bar and rose above it that night. So to feel Drew Parker perform as well here at the UCC against Ciclope, it wasn't necessarily someone who he grew up with, but it's someone who he did in the deathmatch world. These guys have been working in the deathmatch scene for enough years together to know who they are and know who the generation is, to say, on this night, we're going to do something special. And, what we all witnessed and experienced that night was something really special. It was emotional. It was physical. It was scary. It was thrilling. It was entertaining. It really had, and it had a resolution at the end and a kick-ass finish. I think it was everything in a pro wrestling match that I love and thoroughly enjoy. And it had a lot of violence to it for sure. And it was cool. I think one of the more fun matches that I've been a part of. And it was really cool to represent those guys, as well as, Ciclope working that ladder moment against Mance Warner at the UCC. And I was there ringside to help for that match as Scarlett was inside the ring. And again, we handle it the best we can and give the wrestlers the best position they can to succeed. So this time around, we really wanted to make sure that Ciclope had everything he can, as well as Drew Parker, everything they can to succeed here, because you never know what's going to happen. But we can always learn from every moment and try to be prepared for the next moment, because it's what we do here at GCW. We learn, we study the sport, we continue to expand and evolve the sport, and we push one another to really try and, rise above and keep going. We have our own ways of saying it, but that's because we have confidence in our own abilities, and we'll continue to learn and grow with every rep. And yeah, GCW is the best place to get reps with veterans and up and comers and the most talented individuals that I sometimes have never heard of, and you walk away going, holy smokes, I now know a lot more than I never knew going in. So yeah, there's no better place than professional wrestling as a student to learn, grow, experience, and get those good quality reps from the best in the world than Game Changer Wrestling.
Once again, well said. Damn you.
Yeah, and even for photographers or videographers or you guys, we have a whole community right here at Game Changer Wrestling World, at
Yes.
Game Changer World. And I remember when Game Changers Wrestling it was a promo that Jinder hit a while back, I think in Florida, perhaps, a classic promo, but of Game Changers of Wrestling. We love it for life. But yeah, it's a whole community that we have at GCW and professional wrestling, really, where we can learn and grow whatever art we want to, and take photos, share your photos, spread positivity. And there's a lot of professional wrestling out there in the world, and if you're stuck watching something that you don't like, find something. It's out there, whether it's a different culture or a different time and place. Professional wrestling is kind of like infinite. It's always been, and it always will be. So there's good professional wrestling out there for everybody, and Game Changer Wrestling brings it with different styles for everybody to enjoy.
Yep, and mentioning like all the crew, like even in the UCC, there's a bunch of usuals that are on like cameras or video, like people like Kevin or Dominique or Chance that I've gotten to know from the time both at UCC and some of them even work Vegas. So it's like some incredibly talented people behind the scenes and just and behind the cameras.
Yeah, great people, so talented, and you really get to see people evolve. And especially several years ago, seeing a lot of photographers, videographers, editors make their way up and earn contracts in the art, in the sport. So now when we travel, we see those guys every once in a while, but it leaves a whole new generation of modern photographers, videographers. It really takes passion for it, and the right head on your shoulders, where these people are very nice, they're very kind, they reach out, they take the right avenues, they respect the right people to value each position that they get to do what they do. So yeah, we are very grateful. I'm very grateful for photographers and videographers, anyone from the AV club who loves professional wrestling. And it's cool to see you guys grow just as well as us inside the ring. I've seen people, handle media, professional wrestling media and arts grow from being fans to having their own, websites and their own businesses, and put together some of the coolest art or, videos or photos or, productions that I've seen. So yeah, it's cool. It takes a whole community to do what we do. And it takes the passion for professional wrestling that every one of us has. And we all come from different regions. So if we lean into where we come from with the open-mindedness to everybody else around us, we're going to be a little more open to pro wrestling as a whole, and support the genre, support the art.
So then, do you think it's time to roll into our main event?
Yep, it sure is.
We
All
did
right.
it. We did
Our
it.
main event of Highest in the Room 4 was Atticus defending the GCW World Championship belt against the former world champion Effy.
I'm going to say this for the last time, but it's been 2 weeks, but I want to put an exclamation on it. On November 22nd, 2025, GCW's Dream On, Atticus defeated then GCW World Champion Effy and Charles Mason to become the 29th GCW World Champion. He joins the ranks of Nick Gage, Homicide, Matt Tremont, John Moxley, and Matt Cardona. Atticus has been throwing out wild promos since he's gotten that championship, and we've been loving every moment of it. Atticus comes out first in Burning Money gear. I believe some of his gear is on sale right now.
That was the same gear from the mall too.
Was it?
Yes. I think that was originally a message for Charles Mason, but I think it works just as well considering what he's been doing since with the championship.
And most know when it comes to Atticus's merch sales that they're generally small drops and rare. So you generally have to put a little bit of money on it to get it.
Yeah. You saw my little piece of merch that I was wearing Saturday.
Oh, yeah. You know what? That was so awesome. I wish I would have done the same damn thing.
Probably saved me from a skewering considering how that interview went.
Yeah, well, you did good, man. I'll tell you, that was a wild interview. I'm actually happy you took that instead of me. I don't know. Anyway, we'll keep going here. Our referee for our main event was Chad Rico. I felt that was an awesome spot for him, especially at his age. I want to ask you, Perch, do you think that that Chad was put in this position so that after the match he could get tased and no one else wanted tased, or was that just a sick joke? Or
I did have a theory about that earlier, about how since he was the local referee and Effy had been targeting the local referees, it kind of made the most sense.
Yeah,
that's a good idea.
And like I said, in this case, it could be a higher power. I'm not sure, but yeah, we were tending to see Ciclope in the back, as we all saw. Scarlett and I had the first aid, and we were tending to it, which left one man up for the job. So whether it was meant to be or it had to be, in that case, it was the way the stars lined up, just the way it happened to be that night.
Fair enough.
That he was out there, and yeah, my goodness, we went right from tending, Ciclope and sending him on his way to having to put Chad right in the same chair and give him some treatment and get him back and on his feet.
We're not laughing at you, Chad. We're laughing with you. We're laughing with you.
Again, we give the best care. It was unfortunate we couldn't be out there for the moment.
Yeah, but sometimes the zebras have to tend to the zebras.
Yep, but we made sure again we gave them the proper care, proper tending. Water bottles were there as always, proper stuff. And yeah, we made sure he was okay. Sometimes we have emotional support animals there. In this case, there weren't any, but you never know. The UCC.
Hey, Janela once had a snake, so
once there was a snake.
I heard Chad Rico was a support animal. I don't know.
We have good people around us, so always good help. So yeah, we weren't able to do it. So maybe there is a higher conspiracy. I'm not sure, but I can say safely our alibi.
See, okay, so airtight on his end. We'll have to ask more people later. So in this match here, we had a fight around the ring. Effy was using the ring cable and making Atticus bite down on it. Effy takes a chair to the bad knee. Not great to see. There's a bridge built on the floor. They fight into the crowd by the bar. Atticus jumps off the top. Now back in the ring, Atticus was on offense and every move was cerebral. He teased skewers to the fans, but only pulled out a middle finger. Effy finally got some offense in. He's skewering Atticus' head. He searches for more in Atticus' pocket, then slams some into his own head. Atticus eats a curb stomp. I just wrote down here, what is going on? Atticus with an air raid crash from the ring apron to the door bridge on the floor. We had "This is awesome" chants from the LA crowd. A door gets propped in the corner and Atticus gets sent belly first through that door. Atticus gets more skewers in his head, then Effy throws a chair and knocks Atticus silly. In that time, Effy pulls up the padding and exposes the boards underneath. Atticus tases Effy and hits a brain hemorrhage for the win. This was about a 16-minute match. Our winner and still GCW World Champion, Atticus Kogar. Now, again, after this match, Effy tases Chad Rico. He's showing signs of falling apart, not Chad, Effy. Effy has skewers, but he stops himself from using them and leaves the ring. So let's talk about this match, guys. What are your opinions here?
I mean, just seeing Effy continue his downslide, unfortunately. This isn't the Effy we're accustomed to seeing in GCW, but just seeing him like go to town on officials, like you got to think there's got to be fines or something for this, maybe a suspension. Like you can't be doing this stuff to our talented officials.
I
I don't know.
No, can't be doing these things to our officials. It's not about us. You gotta check your feelings and don't take it out on the officials who are trying to uphold the peace and the fairness of a fight and feuds. And if you got feuds to settle, scores to settle, feuds to be had, you can handle it. But don't take it out on the officials.
Yeah, I'm liking where this is going. Effy's breakdown, Atticus for a second title defense against Effy, especially after Effy's lost the night before. This midlife crisis. Yeah, Effy's going to get more violent. Sorry, John, I didn't mean to get rid of that one for you.
All good, brother.
You can put up that other one you had, but I like this question though. Has Brett said anything to his refs about getting beat up?
He dodged that question right on the kickoff. I flat out said, "Is there going to be fines for Effy?" And he just went in and said, "Are you going to judge this man by just one moment in his career?" Well, now it's not just a singular moment. Now it's multiple times. I think I don't know. Maybe Effy really. Maybe we need to check Effy a little bit here.
Could you imagine if you were to, unravel this thread and really find the pieces and the breadcrumbs and you piece it all together from state to state, show to show, you figure out the real reason and the mastermind and the hooded figure behind it all, and you see the zapper and you take off the hood, and what if it was Brett himself setting up the referees for some trauma that he had as a referee himself way back when? So
why didn't you write this down?
I'm not looking to unravel this thread because I'm afraid of the answers that I make.
It was me, Effy. It was me all along, Effy.
Like, take the left or the right path. No, I'm good. I'm not going down that path because it could be something scary on the other end. Holy smokes! What if it's something underlying like that? Freaks me out.
Well, one thing I did realize while we're discussing this, the taser has had an interesting history in the UCC this year, from interweaving with Flaco or KJ Orso, the turn on Stackhouse, to the debut of Krew this year, and now it may be sending Effy over the edge. The taser itself has become something of a character in GCW and especially the UCC.
I like the taser, but it's definitely dangerous.
It sure is.
Sounds cool.
I wonder, where does this is another one of Atticus's opponents that seem to kind of be going off the deep end. We see it kind of happen with Fuego / KJ. Mason's kind of had to get monsters on his end to combat Atticus, and it seems like Atticus's mind games is affecting everyone that he kind of gets in his own little world. Even Joey Janela is still feeling the effect from Atticus's feud earlier this year.
Well, he did say that he was going to expose people, and he's made good on that promise ever since he came back 1 year ago at NGI.
Yeah, and I've seen Atticus wear other people's faces over his face. So he's another one that I'm not going, I'm not snooping into his history or plans. I'll call a match down the middle for him, but holy smokes, is that a scary individual
Yes, I have looked into his eyes. Yes. It caused me so much distress, I forgot the name of the show I was at.
Oh yeah, very very strange. But it gives the fans such a thrill and a heightened sense of danger, of this element. This is wild chaos, and they brought the chaos in the main event on that night for sure.
Hell yeah. Well, was there anything else about GCW's Highest in the Room 4 that any of you would like to mention or discuss before we close it out?
You guys were there. You tell us.
We received so much love, so much support. We were also happy. Brett opened up and gave us a whole bunch of new things to do for the podcast. I was so nervous walking in, and I walked out feeling so satisfied that all the work was worth it. We don't always hear, positive or anything, you know what I mean? And then we go there and someone says something and we live off of those compliments. So thank you, because that's sometimes the only way we know that we have an effect and people appreciate it. So thank you.
Yeah, Game Changer Wrestling is special, and the UCC in Los Angeles is very special. Maybe the 10th, 11th, 12th time I've been there, and it's like a wonderful home away from home on the West Coast.
Exactly how I've termed it myself. Yes, I probably have exceeded the amount of that amount of shows, and it never stops being special.
Yeah, it never does. And from the moment you walk in and feeling the energy from the crowd and the fans, and it makes it feel like you're there for a reason. And we bring that vibe all over the world, and to be a part of it is special. And at the UCC, to celebrate that Lucha Libre match the other night, that was really something to behold and to go back and watch. Everyone was really on top of their game that night. And at one point, Gringo Loco had his arms crossed for one of the luchadors to stand up on his arms that were crossed. It was fascinating, but just a moment that really stood out from the show. But from working a solo match, ultra-violent match with Krew and Ciclope, a doubles match with Yabo and Ruffo against Rob and Epic, and a triples match with the Luchadors. It was a great night, as is every night at the UCC, but every night at Game Changer Wrestling is a great time, and so much fun to see all the fans there, and all those who couldn't make it. You were there in spirit, as you always are, and you can always watch it on Triller TV. Ash does a wonderful job.
Yes.
I've been there with him in the room in Japan when he's there up till all hours of the night or all hours in the morning, depending on where it is, doing the feed and putting it in, because he wants all of us to be in the best position to succeed and to look good. And if the product looks good, the team looks good, we're all winning, and we do our best every time around, and make it to the next show and give those guys a great time. So thank everyone for tuning in and attending.
I have a question from a fan that I want to ask you real quick. I think it's a great question, Perch. He says, speaking of photography, is there any chance for a volume 2 of your book?
Oh my goodness, absolutely. Celebrate
Yes.
Pro Wrestling is a photo album and I guess a journal that I put together, like a magazine style, of photos and stories from the journey we've been on, especially with Game Changer Wrestling and other independent wrestling shows throughout the Midwest and the country, but really highlighting photos primarily from Game Changer Wrestling all over the world, Japan and Europe and Canada, US, all the travels that we get to go on, and the stories that we share, and the great places and sites we get to see, as well as the venues and the matches. I like to photograph as much as I can with various cameras, and take photos and put them into a book. So Celebrate Pro Wrestling Volume 1 was an awesome success. Was able to sell that one all over the world. And yeah, putting stuff together for a Volume 2. I've been taking primarily 35 millimeter photos over the past maybe 2 or 3 years. So we're going to see how GCW on 35 millimeter looks for some upcoming stories and upcoming books. So yeah, I've been obtaining so many photos and so many great times, great stories. It's just a matter of taking all the in pile and making it to the out pile. But yeah, working on Volume 2 with probably start including some of the 35 millimeter photos from our travels all over the world. So thank you for all the support and even bringing it up. Holy smokes.
Oh no, this is my bigger question is, can you still purchase Volume 1?
Yeah, Volume 1 is still a couple copies. I did a second reorder before the trip to Tokyo, and it was a success over there. And I've got probably just a few copies left. And yeah, I'll be able to have it set up. I imagine I'll be learning a lot more over the next coming months about different media variations and forms. And yeah, I'll try and get a website up. I think I've got a big cartel for that one day, and that day should be coming soon. So, yep, there is still a couple of copies of Volume 1, and sometimes I bring them to shows. So catch me at a show, and I should be able to have a Volume 1 copy. But yeah, stay tuned for more Celebrate Pro Wrestling in the future. I've also got a couple of characters that I've been working on as well. Sayozawa, good friend, good pal. He makes incredible t-shirts and artwork for a lot of the wrestlers and deathmatch wrestlers all over the world. Ozawa represents pro wrestling very well. And he put together a couple awesome little characters I gave him my input, and what he came up with are incredible. So
Sweet.
We've got a couple of cool characters to represent the Celebrate Pro Wrestling brand, and more magazines coming up. So yes, absolutely. Thank you for asking, and ask anytime. Reach out anytime at Perch XLV. Yeah, send your love, and I'll send it right back.
There you go. There's your answer. Yeah, one of our listeners was asking about that here. And we had another one that just asked if we're ever going to see another Perch wrestling match. Do you have any never say never kind of situation going on?
Yeah, was in a match one time in Chicago, and was also in that GCW Do or Die Rumble last year.
Oh, yeah, right.
That was
that's coming up too. Maybe you'll be in 2020, and then this is a coming one.
I got to walk out with some of the homies who help set up and tear down with and help the show, and they help out. So it's like, hey, you guys mind being there for an entrance? Just spur of the moment. Like, yeah, we'll be right there for you. Awesome, and that got me hyped. So that was awesome to be in that GCW Do or Die Rumble. But no, you never know when the time comes. But for now, I'm gonna keep calling right down the middle.
Yep, and if it's not the Do or Die Rumble, the clusterfuck's not too far away either.
We have so much fun, genuinely, at the cluster. You could put a camera on us referees, and
yes,
show how much fun we're having. As I'm sure you've been there at that.
Yes, I've been at a few clusterfucks in the front row. I've seen how hard the referees work for those. Yes.
Yes. Oh my goodness, so much fun. Endless amounts of fun. The great times we have around this the sport that we love, pro wrestling. There's no end to how much we can do with it.
So then Reed Harris Cooper just said, John, you mentioned without someone chipping in and trying something new to complete the puzzle. Oh, you're talking about the Kickoff Show. Yeah, so I'll kind of explain what I meant there real quick for you. I had my family with me, and it was one of these things where my son had gotten the table, the chairs, the wiring, and the electric together. That was a first for him. Then my wife was basically running around and doing the producing by grabbing guests and all that fun stuff. That was a first time for her. This was the first time for Screwball doing a live kickoff show at a GCW event. I usually have B to lean on, and I didn't have that. So I had to do a lot of the stuff, with setup and whatnot, for the first time by myself. And so what happened was, between Screwball, me, my wife, and my son, we all had to try to do something new to make it all work. And we were fortunate that it worked that way. So that's kind of why I said we all kind of had to stretch ourselves and do something different for the first time ever to make it happen. And it went off perfectly with tons of support and cooperation. That's what I was meaning.
He's not lying about that. We were all kind of just winging it there for a little bit. The only thing I had going for me is that this wasn't the first time I've worn a professional headset. That happened about a month earlier doing commentary on a match, but everything else was completely new to me, and you just learn as we go. And
we're not amazing, but we do care, and that's what made me nervous. It was just okay, we need to do this for everyone. We need to do it right. And if you care, you care.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was it for the LA show. I can run over these upcoming shows real quick and we can bounce out of here.
Yes. Now you are aware that we got first round matches for the NGI, right?
Got them right here beside me. So I'm going to go through those right now. On Saturday, December 13th, we have GCW's Nick Gage Invitational 10 from Central Florida Fairgrounds in Orlando, Florida. This will be live on Triller TV Plus at 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific. We have 8 entrants announced, and I think it's where it's going to lie. We have Slade, The Bev, Jack Harrop, Mr. Danger, Otis Kogar, Drew Parker, Bear Bronson, and Little Sicko. So we're going to stop right there because just recently the first round matches were announced. There are going to be 4. The first one, Bear Bronson versus Slade. I'm going to pick Bear Bronson on that one. Anybody else want to take a guess just for fun?
Yeah, I think Bear Bronson's one of the odds-on favorites. It's unfortunate we're not going to see Slade take on Otis Kogar, but we have a different rivalry being settled there.
True, and then that actually will put us into our next first round match. It was Otis Kogar versus The Bev. This is the one you were talking about here, Screwball.
Yes, a little bit of 4-4-0 rivalry. Now Bev is wearing the colors of GCW. It'll be interesting to see if the Bev can stop another potential odds-on favorite from advancing in Otis Kogar.
All right, and then our last first round match, Drew Parker versus Jack Harrop. Now, I don't know much about Jack.
Well, there's another one. You got Little Sicko versus Mr. Danger and Drew Parker versus Jack Harrop.
Apologies. Yeah, I see it right here. Mr. Danger, Little Sicko. Also another interesting match, just 2 up-and-comers.
And 2 recent tag partners, no less. We did see them tied together in AC recently. So kind of a, young up-and-comer versus another young up-and-comer.
Well, then I'll ask you guys here, who's in your finals of the NGI 10? Which 2 perform?
Well, we got to cover Drew Parker, Jack Harrop, too.
Let's talk about it.
Yes. I think Drew Parker is the other person that I kind of favor. I think between the 3 odds-on favorites that I mentioned, Drew Parker, Otis Kogar, and Bear Bronson, I think the finals is going to be some combination of those 3, depending on exactly who advances against who. We do the first round matches, but I don't know if this is the bracket itself.
Agreed. And then B, the Drew Parker fan of all, where do you feel the finals go here?
I think it's going to be Otis versus Bear finals. I think Bear's going to beat Krew in the semis.
Ooh, I like that idea. Perch, you might as well throw your hat in there. Who do you see in the finals for NGI 10?
Yeah, I couldn't tell you who I see necessarily in the finals, but after watching Drew Parker and Ciclope perform over the weekend, and the momentum that Drew Parker has by standing tall on that ladder and being able to deliver that Swanton bomb, wow. I wasn't able to see Drew Parker come up in the art of deathmatch wrestling, but I have seen him and worked with him over the past several years. And seeing him that night was peak top of his game, top of his performance level Drew Parker. So I would say if I was there as a conscious observer, I'd be wearing a double XL Drew Parker shirt just as a fan, because he won my heart over in that performance. So taking the referee hat off for it, he would be the one who I would say, I'd be there cheering him on. And in defeat, I would cheer him even more, because when someone loses, they need just as much support to bring you right back up, to climb that mountain, to be right back on top of that game and on top of that ladder as you were that night. So yeah, my fandom for that tournament would definitely be saying Drew Parker, and I don't know who he would be against. Fill in the blank. So yep, that would be my fandom.
My crystal ball is Otis and Bear in the finals. They just seem like they fit well. And I would say, especially since Bear kind of alluded, hey, this is my only, I'm fully behind him. And I know part of that too is probably personally, he's always been so kind. And you meet these guys and some of them are so nice, you cheer for them, you want to see them succeed. I do that with most everyone, but there are some that are so kind, you just want to see them win that prize. And I think that's where we're at right now. Reed Harris Cooper put something up there, and Reed has been right before. He said Little Sicko somehow steals the whole thing. It's possible he goes deep just to establish the next generation of deathmatch wrestler, but is he there yet? I'm still unsure.
It'll be interesting because no matter what, his match is kind of that next generation. So either if it's Danger or Sicko, that's going to be happening either way.
And no joke to that tournament, to any of the tournaments, it's really it's survival of the fittest. If you're not on top of your game and ready and prepared, or if you're not able to withstand as much abuse as you may take, you may not be able to make it to a next round. So you may have all the momentum in the world, but if something happens, tournaments can change at any time. So again, that's where professional wrestling is as real gets, because at any time the outcome is spontaneous. So for a tournament like this, those guys are on top of their game to be coming in. So to work one match, two matches, three matches, or a multi-man match, whatever it ends up being, it's a credit to each one of the performers to even make it to one match, let alone two or three to win. Wow, incredible. Or time spent inside the ring, moments upheld. Wow. And a credit to the referees who are in there, enduring just as much, racking up 30, 40, 50, 60 minutes of in-ring time, easily over an hour of in-ring time in those heightened environments. Shout out to the whole crew and the whole team.
So yeah, we see a heavy favorite on Otis. We see heavy favorites on Bear and Drew. Those have been the three heavy favorites with the fans that I'm seeing in chat right now. I want to give a fun fact. Only 3 times has the NGI finals equated in a championship win. NGI 2 was a world championship. Number 4 was a world, and number 6 was the UV. Just a little fun fact there.
Yep, and don't forget, there's going to be non-tournament action too. Last year, Jimmy Lloyd versus Miyu Yamashita was a hell of a surprise. I can't wait to see. I'm sure Matt Tremont's going to be there, so we may see possible, unexpected UV title defense. Who knows what could happen? Anything can happen at the NGI.
My concern has been, who are the alternates in case someone gets injured? That can be the X factor we know nothing about. We've had Shane Mercer and others step in before and lay down fantastic performances in NGI or TOS tournaments off the top of my head, being an alternate.
Yeah, so it's just as much the stuff we don't have announced as the stuff we do have announced. So either way,
Yes.
Hell of a Show is coming Saturday.
One of my
And-
first
and-
GCW shows was an NGI tournament in Chicago. Probably
Which one was that? 6,
2000.
7?
2023. Atticus against Rina Yamashita.
Ooh.
The day before was Detroit, where Rina took on Charlie Evans in an ultra-violent death match, and
That was a classic.
I was able to referee that match, and met those two that day. and shout out to Charlie Evans and Rina Yamashita, two of the most badass, awesome, coolest humans that I've gotten to meet and interact with inside the ring and outside of the ring. I'll always think fondly of that day in Detroit where I met them for the first day, but I got to meet a lot of the GCW crew for the first day. And the next day we were in Chicago for the NGI tournament, and I was able to use my knowledge from the Insane 8 tournaments in Milwaukee on how to build weaponry and put stuff together, and I was able to help build stuff as well as referee the match, and I had a little experience going into it, so that was my intro to a real tournament, and with the best in the world. So Charlie and Rina the day before in Detroit, and then the NGI the next day.
Wow.
Very sentimental. Cool time. Cool moment in time.
Fortunate, my friend. You're fortunate. Just keep those memories as long as possible. Hopefully you log some of those somewhere in like a journal or something.
Yeah, I
Okay,
always
good.
carry a notebook as a student of pro wrestling. So
Mm.
I've always got a day log for each day, not a few pages or so.
All right, then. Would you guys like to go into this last little announcement for the Sunday show?
Sure.
And then we'll get the heck out of here. All right, rock and roll. We just finished over the 4-hour mark. We did fantastic, guys. Here we go. Sunday, December 14th, JCW's Roundball Rock from the Mecca in Ridgefield Park, New Jersey. This will be live on Triller TV Plus at 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific. First, we have a 3-point competition. What that is a match where the first 3 falls qualify for the 2026 Jersey J Cup. The participants in that match: Drew Parker, Gary J, Warhorse, Jay Lucas, Teriyaki, Manny Lowe, Griffin McCoy, and Oni King.
And there's
Our
something
next-
I do want to mention something about this match. You mentioned Warhorse. Since the time this match has been announced, the Warhorse is back. I wonder
Yes.
if the revival of the persona could carry a little bit of momentum into getting one of those 3 spots. Also, Drew Parker will probably be a little bit worse for wear. I wonder if
Smart.
fatigue may play a factor. So, had to get that out.
No, you're very smart with that. I didn't even think about that. Parker is getting sliced up the night before, and now he's got to be in a 3-point competition in the Mecca at Sunday morning. Sunday afternoon. I think that makes really good sense that he's one of the ones that probably has a lower probability of being one of those first 3 falls. Our next match here was a team of Valentina Rossi and Nixie XS versus the Cosmic Cuties. They've I feel like they've ran into each other a couple times now, so this is not a surprise. We have a $100,000 match. Whoever gets pinned leaves town for 90 days, and the winners receive $100,000. That's the team of Marcus Mathers, Joey Janela, and Nick Camarado. They're going to be going against, I think we can say Foxcatcher's Enforcers, maybe?
The Bounty Hunters.
Bounty Hunters, geez. It's getting late. Hoodfoot, Brian Keith, and Josh Bishop.
And I do want to point out, I do think to really have this match have some stakes, I do think between Joey Janela and Marcus Mathers, I think one of them should take the fall because they would otherwise be huge favorites for the J Cup. And taking the losing fall in this match means not going into the J Cup.
Ooh, I like that. Good thinking again, dude. I gotta give you credit on that one. Our next one here, the Jersey J Cup qualifier, Ryan Clancy versus Rich Swan.
Rich Swan has a bit of tournament experience, the Cruiserweight Classic.
I don't know. I like Clancy's upward. Maybe it's just because
Yes, I
he's
do
more
like
of a newer,
Clancy's momentum. I do think he's the favorite, but you can't discount a guy like Rich Swan.
Hell no. Hell no. And he delivers, so it's not like putting him in that next step is going to be a bad choice at all. On to our next tier is a no holds barred match. We have the team of Thomas Shire and Tombstone Jesus going up against Beast Dog. That's Beast Man and Mad Dog Connolly. Very interesting match there. Our next one is a Jersey J Cup qualifier, Darian Bankston versus Eli Knight. That's a very interesting match. Screwball, I'm thinking you're thinking more like Darian on this one.
I do think Darian is kind of the more JCW representative. He's been on all the shows since the revival, but Eli Knight, the recent addition to WWE ID program, also carrying a lot of momentum.
On to the next one, Gabby Forza versus Lena Cross. Just recently, Lena had been picked up. She is now, I believe, going into a contract. So whatever we have of her, I'll appreciate it. I don't remember what company she's going to.
It is All Elite.
ROH or All Elite?
Well, I mean, she could easily start on All Elite and go to Ring of Honor, or go to Ring of Honor to All Elite. It's the same contract regardless, but nonetheless, glad to see Lena Cross back, and Gabby Forza, always a favorite for the Jersey crowd.
In the All-Star game, we had the KO Getters versus Damaged Goods. It was a mixed team. I think there was 5v5. I didn't have the names on that one. For the GCW Tag Team Championship, YDMP, Bustah and the Brain, are going to go up against two bald fucks. At the last JCW show, they had earned their shot at the GCW Tag Team Champion, so this is where they are cashing it in at Roundball Rock. And then for our last match, I have here the JCW Championship. This will be an I Quit match, Billy Starks versus Charles Mason. I'm unsure, but I'm almost hoping this is the final match between the both of them. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, and I can't imagine Charles Mason quits in any capacity, much less in here. I think he's got to take the title, and whoever takes this title also takes the slot in the J Cup.
So yeah, that was Sunday, December 14th, JCW's Roundball Rock from the Mecca in Ridgefield Park, New Jersey. My little spiel again, please like and subscribe if you haven't already. Hit the bell if you want notified when we go live next time. Please leave a comment. It's free and helps our algorithm. Super chats are available if you want to donate. And for those who did donate recently, tonight, the last show, again, thank you so much. Especially, like I said, during the holiday season, anybody that's willing to share any of their resources to give towards others is gladly appreciated. So thank you so much for that. You can find B on Twitter at B_GC World. You can find Screwball at Screwball SQ. You can find Mr. Dan Perch at Perch XLV. You can find me on Twitter at GC World Podcast. Any thank yous, anything you'd like to say before we get out of here, guys?
And okay, there's one interesting comment I do want to say here. Vipress wins NGI from Reed Harris Cooper. I don't know about that, but I would love to see her as an alternate or maybe a non-tournament match after this weekend.
Koss also said his team will be doing watch-alongs for both shows this weekend. So I'd say search him out if you're looking into a watch-along. Very cool. Clown, have a good night, everyone. Also hype the video. Yes. Thank you so much.
Yep, I'll throw a like on it right now just to give it a little bit of love in the algorithm.
I'll do the same once I jump off of here. Again, thank you for everyone. This is a group effort. Dan Perch, thank you for coming in again on your birthday night.
Man.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Yeah,
Appreciate
happy
that.
birthday.
I was so happy to talk about the show today. This one was so much fun. Yeah, that UCC show is always a blast, and that one was special. So, you know, whenever you guys were talking about it, I wanted to be there and talk about it. Because
February 14th, we return.
Will you be
February
returning,
14th.
Perch, or will you be in school already?
I'll be in school already, so
Okay.
up in the air. I want to return, but I have no idea what life and schedule is going to be like at that time. So I'm hoping so, but you never know. So gotta enjoy every moment as you can, and long live GCW.
Oh,
Good night, everyone. I was about to say, we're ready to go.
He has watched the show a little bit.
Right.
All right. Again, thank you so much for choosing to spend your time with us tonight. We will be seeing you next week to review GCW's NGI 10 and JCW's Roundball Rock. Guys, I have a feeling this was a decent show tonight, and if anybody had extra time on their hands to spend, here we were. Dan, I think, sums it up right there beautifully. All right, guys, let's do this.
Long.
That sounded
He's
so
helping us
fucking
out.
sad. Long live
G
C.
C W.
W. Thank
Happy
you,
birthday,
love
Perch.
you.
Thank you, man.
Happy
Much
birthday,
love, guys.
Perch.
Much